enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
An angle too. Perpendicular's an angle.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. I like that one. That is my favourite one, Rob. So I think that one was wrote for me, but I mean it could be wrote for anyone really. Welcome everyone.
All of us.
Free for all Friday. What a day it's been. I think we're at the turning point of Flat Earth. That 10-year cycle of the nutters that go around, come around, and you know who stays for this new wave, because there is some big changes coming. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed Lamal's in the chat there. Yeah. We get banned, right? So like if you see us stop commenting, it's because we're not allowed to. Nobody's allowed to say anything about us yet. You'll see my name mentioned in all of the chats all over the place. We can't really comment about it, but I mean in the YouTube chat of Nathan Oakley's today, there's a couple of people who are obsessed with me. Keep posting my name all over, and there's a lot of people that seem to talk about me, but really once you get to know us or what we're doing here, it's pretty simple. You'd think I'm some sort of master criminal, but no, just talk about some really simple stuff. Just a carer, living a humble life, doing the best I can, and having chats like this. But we do have these chats, right? We started this channel because there's a lot of misrepresentation going on. So you have to represent yourself and let everybody else see it, just so we know what's happening. If anybody wants to go back and look over all of the bullshit that's been talked about us, you can actually watch the conversations. You can hear them. All of them, every one of the conversations that we've ever really had, apart from the sad ones and the ones that, you know, are a little bit, I mean, I wouldn't, you know, there's certain conversations that we have that are a bit too emotional, obviously. And I don't put those conversations out because it's just sad and you wouldn't want to embarrass people. Because, well, yeah, things happen, conversations happen, things get said, and sometimes it's a bit embarrassing. And then other
want my
people...
15 seconds of fame, please.
Okay, yeah. So let's get this little clip over. Rob Keane, our Flat Earth friends. Now, this title of this today is called Don't Be One of Those Flat Earthers. And I was just saying to the guys earlier, and Emma, but Emma's one of the guys anyway, that we went into this and, like, I have a little bit of a, you know, I'm fond of flat earthers, but mainly that's because of people like Rob Keane. There's a few other people, like, you know, that come around and have a chat and they're flat earthers. Well, you know, we can still have conversations, but then there's this other group of flat earthers that are just, don't know, there's something wrong. They're not like normal people. They just don't seem honest. And yeah, that's what we're going over tonight. So Rob's give us this clip. Yeah, you guys, I don't know whether you guys in the how short is it, Pete? Is it? It's not long, is it? I can just click on it here. So you guys might have to go back and listen to it. So
is the Earth is measured
15
flat.
seconds.
So
I want my 15
Earth
seconds
is
of
measured as a
fame.
horizontal plane.
okay, let's go back
Is
here.
the Earth is measured flat. So, or Earth is measured as a horizontal plane. Yeah. But got it. We're good.
Okay, I'm going to do a couple of quick super chat shout outs.
Oh, so that's QE saying that the Earth is measured as a horizontal plane. Impressive. Yeah, that does go along with our theme tonight. I've got a few more bits and clips of that. We'll go over them in a bit. Yeah, the idea of this stream tonight is, I don't know if anybody watched the thing about when we were going over QE and Nathan just talking nonsense the other day. Literal nonsense. Well, these are the group of people that when we first started, we went into a place called 24/7 Discord. Flat Earth Discord. And that's where...
Wanted to elaborate on that clip.
Go on then.
I just want to say that Earth is now the horizontal plane, according to them.
Yeah. Yeah, they've turned a horizontal into flat Earth. Well, guess what? Horizontal's been there all the fucking time, hasn't it? They're only just telling people now. I mean, that's ridiculous. But, I mean, you know, that's where we're at. I mean, it's not as if I came in here, you know, saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Just that. Nothing else. No other claims. No other defending anything else. Not having to defend gravity or whatever, because I'm not a flat earther. So all of the other stuff other people talk about in the chat and, you know, in other rooms, that's not me. Anybody that knows me just knows that we only deal with what is. I only ever have dealt with what is. Maybe a little bit different than most people do, but I don't get involved with any of this other stuff. Not a flat earther. I'll talk to anyone though. And I do have some good friends. There's some really good people around us. But I'm sorry, guys, these you flat earthers that you know me, right? I can't put up with this anymore. There's this group of flat earthers are despicable. They're liars. They slander. They give good people a bad name. And this group is, you know, it's the Flat Earth Debate crew and the 24/7 Flat Earth guys. And I know this is going to probably, people say, oh, what are you talking about? Well, we're going to go over how subversive they actually are. And, you know, all of this back talk and little snide comments. I've often wondered why people, you know, people really don't like me when I've never met them before. And it's because there's a group of people in the background that are just talking shit. And what's worse is, they're flat earthers. And what's even worse than that is, there's other people that label
giving me a bad
flat
name.
Earthers. Yeah, but they label me flat earther too. So that puts me in with this group of people
that's wrong.
that are actively telling everybody to not come here. They don't want people to hear any of this sort of stuff. That's their whole game. Don't come over and talk to Bev. Don't do all of these things because... Well, why? Well, because they can't understand it. They can't come along and have the conversations. They're flat earthers. They're the ones that have
You're
to
not a
answer
flat
all
earther.
of the fucking stupid questions. Like Nathan Oakley had to today. I'm not a flat earther. I don't have to answer questions about rockets, gravity. Just talk about the simple stuff. Stuff that most people can actually deal with, the real stuff. These guys are mental. So, initially, we came into this arena with this group of people. That's where we started, right? The den, the dark times, let's call it. But they kicked us out. They didn't want us around. And why didn't they want us around? Well, we might go over that tonight. But ever since we weren't wanted around there, we've been our own little group. We've been called the outcasts, the misfits. Been called all sorts of names. People who can see the false dichotomy, see it, and they keep saying, get out, get out. But I mean, we're just at Discord. We're just on YouTube. So there's nowhere for us to go. We're just here. We're going to go over a little, I don't know where Logos sent this clip, but this little bit of a clip ended up on our lap. And, well, we just listen to these sort of things. It's quite telling, listening to conversations. I think most of the benefit that I've had is re-listening to the conversations that I've already had. It gives me a chance to learn from those conversations and be able to hopefully improve rhetoric, improve conversations, improve the way I approach the conversations. Do you want to hear? Do you want to come along on a little journey? Let me get this. Right now, I don't know whether you guys need to actually see any of this in the YouTube. So the Discord chat will still be running as we're listening to this. Everybody in? Oh no, there's only 4 of you in here. Come on, jump on in. Get in. So this is a thing from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Now I've downloaded
See
this.
Bob Ross.
Yeah. Downloaded it in case they wanted to take it offline. These are one of those things, you know, I think we were saying it the other day. Like, why would they do this live? But thanks, guys. Thanks for doing this sort of thing on a live stream. Right, tell me if you can hear this.
If you got some, if you got some more heat than that, you better put it in the channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yep.
We got one.
Right, I'm sorry about this. The voices that you may hear, some of them may be some familiar voices of old. Flashbacks, maybe pleasant, unpleasant, possibly unpleasant.
That's provocative.
Do it.
Did Bev finally concede that flat is a synonym for horizontal?
Oh shit.
Yeah, you'll get everybody to come in on that one.
Ooh.
Dude, I'm following it. Did he say what? It's a synonym? Oh shit.
Can y'all hit me with the update on that? What is going on with Bev and that whole? Why are they saying the Earth is not flat? What's the deal with that?
Because they're pedantic assholes, bro. That's the short answer.
Right, so there's a few people in the 24/7 stream. Obviously, don't know how I got hold of this, but they're talking about us. There's a familiar voice there. I think Miggy, of old.
That was AI as well.
Yeah.
And if anyone's listened to AI, right, he's like definitely he embodies the word that he's trying to say. You know, pedantic.
Mm-hmm.
That's AI. If you listen to him, he waffles on and on and on about the same thing.
We
and
went
then he
over
just
a video with him the other day where I was going over the argument with him, and he was pedantic about the horizon. He wanted a definition of all sorts of different things like that, right? That was AI.
So I'm not entirely sure what his point is there. I mean, if you're not bothered about getting the simple things right, then okay.
It's gonna get better, worse.
They want to be different.
Yeah.
I don't get it. He's like, Nathan Oakley says it's flat.
Creation Bear. That's from 24/7. I've noticed, I think.
And it's not flat. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So we have to fight you off and these other dudes too?
Yeah, it's like that, bro.
He's got to fight me off. Like what? It's not measured flat. Simple. You know, nobody has to fight anybody over anything. These flat earthers think they've got to fight. I don't know what for.
I don't understand.
So the other day he was on politics. 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
I'd just like to point out, right, these people that are talking about Bev are missing out huge chunks of history and just skipping to this part in recent history where they don't like that he's going against their stupid ideas and their stupid server.
We might take a trip down memory lane in a bit.
What do you mean?
Well,
oh no, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did I miss something quite crucial?
This is
I feel like I have.
This is quite an in-depth conversation that these guys are gonna have about us.
Oh
Bro,
no,
the first
do I
day,
really want to hear this?
Yeah.
I punished him, and the second day educated him.
He educated me. Punished and educated.
So you guys can listen to that.
Fuck, did it work?
I'll let him have it too. I'll let him have it
He's
too.
pretty deep. He's pretty deep in it, dude. So
Creation Bertha. I let him have it too. Me and AI. We let Bev have it. Conversations are recorded. You can listen to them. They let me have it. Oh.
Sunk cost fallacy.
And, he did leave before I was starting to really show how the words are all linked together. So, for example, did you guys know? Do you know the word even? EVEN. How that's related as well?
Remember somebody asking me about even the other day? You might not have noticed that, but there was somebody who wanted me to say some definition about even for some reason. I couldn't understand why. Well, this is it.
Right. So you know you got the term flat, right? And if you look it up, it'll say smooth, without indentation, without raise, without variance, whatever. You get that. And that's what he means when he says the earth isn't flat, right? He's saying the earth isn't absolutely one single elevation, right? So it can't possibly be flat because there would be deviations on the y-axis, right?
No, that's the z-axis, and I'm saying about elevation changes. That's within the argument. Pretty simple. I don't know how AI can't quite understand that.
So it's like, dude, when people say flat earth, nobody means that. Nobody, not one person. And
I even told him
it's just like
it's generally
go
flat.
ahead.
Yeah, I literally
why
told
would
Bev
you-
this.
I
It's
don't understand
generally
this.
flat. No one.
Go on.
I don't understand this, right? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. There's only very recently, because they've been called out on it, that they've all suddenly gone, oh, no, we don't actually think it's flat, right? Because they're being called out on it.
Yeah, they do
So
still
why
say
are they
it's flat.
still...
No.
Yeah, every single day, every single sentence, it's flat, flat, flat. So if it's not flat, why are you talking about it being flat all day, every day?
Yeah.
You're contradicting yourself in trying to just be arseholes, really.
Yeah, they're trying to justify flat whilst saying it's not flat, but then, saying we're wrong to say it's not flat because everybody knows it's not flat. And this is the point, right? If anybody's listening, right? I've not been a flat earther, but we talk to people, and it become more and more obvious that the flat earthers are getting upset with us. So you have to point out to them it's not flat. Like, I know you're flat earthers, right? But it's not flat. Pretty simple. And then they say, we know.
Hang on. Just accept it as a topic, and that's it. And then you can start talking about how it's not flat.
Yeah, which means you shouldn't be able to defend the argument when somebody says it's not flat. Right? Don't get upset when people say that, because that's a genuine thing that people out there are thinking. It's not flat.
Okay, but what about Earth being measured flat? Because that would be
That's ridiculous.
That's even worse, right?
Yes, but this guy is saying that when we say flat Earth, we don't mean that the Earth is flat. But Nathan Oakley says that it is measured flat. So it is flat.
It must be. You must either measure it to put it on the model or measure the model. Like, one way or the other, something has to be flat if you're claiming that something's measured flat. There has to be something there to measure flat, or you must be measuring something flat. One or the other. So, yeah, this is how bad it's got. But this, right, this is what we're talking about. This little group of people are the little group that lead things. They tell people things. They're these topics of conversation are kept within the little group, and these people then spread this stuff out. These are the guys that put all of the snide little comments in the back rooms because of the bullshit that gets talked. AI's had a conversation with me about an argument. We've done the synonym argument. We've done all of these sort of things, but he's not being honest about any of them. He's trying to big himself up to his little group. his friends, his buddies.
No one's saying it's completely surgically flat.
Well, when
Yeah, but
when
we've been
people
saying
say
that
the
since the
Earth,
beginning, though. We've been saying that shit from the
exactly.
start. I don't.
Even Nathan Oakley,
No,
I
they
just was listening.
haven't.
Yeah, no, but listen to the way Miggy's saying that. He's like, but we've been saying it from the start. No, you
That's
haven't.
an
You've been saying
absolute.
it's
That's
flat.
bollocks.
Flat
Absolute
Earth.
bollocks.
We were the ones that has been saying it's not flat.
And Globers, of course.
Yeah. Not flat.
Well, when
Yeah, but
when
we've been
people
saying
say
that
the
since the
Earth,
beginning, though. We've been saying that shit
exactly.
from the
Saying
start.
it from the beginning.
I don't.
Even Nathan Oakley, I just was listening to his appearance on. So he went over to Earth Awakenings, right? He brought his live show there and asked them on the spot, "Hey, can I do my live show here?" And they're like, "Yeah, let's go ahead." You know, so he was talking to someone that was a quote unquote level earther, right? And he was basically just
Not got a clue. There's no quote unquote level earther. No such fucking thing. They're just making that up. I think it's Elderbear, though. Suspicion.
arguing with him about, well, of course it's not, flat in that sense. And then later on, he was speaking and he was talking, water is flat, but he was saying it's a horizontal plane of reference, right? Now, when you go over to Bev kind of people, they're going to say, well, you have level.
Bev kind of people. Like, is that not putting division into it? Like, well, what's he doing?
I don't know, because I consider
Bev
myself a
kind
Bev
of.
kind of
What's
people.
yeah, what is a Bev kind of people?
Yeah, whenever you go over to
People
Bev
who live in
kind of
reality.
people, like,
People who live in reality.
And why do they insist on putting like a label? Or they must be level earthers. If they're not this, they must be. No. No. I'm not anything. I just disagree with you. And you're wrong. That's all there is to it. I don't have to give you a counter, side. I'm not on a team.
quote unquote. Which means like not, doesn't it? Like that's bunny ears means not.
By the way, level earther is as bad as flat earther because Earth is not level.
Yeah.
It is just like it is not flat and it is not level.
And it's not
lasagna earther
either.
is the polite term.
Pardon?
The polite term is lasagna earther.
Yeah, it's another ridiculous thing that probably the flat earthers would use as well. Yes, Peter.
But you came up with it yourself the other day, so this is the right one.
No, I didn't.
It's not a slur if you use it to describe yourself. That's the rule.
You've used it as a slur, Peter. You've used it as a slur ever since, Peter.
I didn't
You
use it
bandied
myself
about,
anyway.
got your
When was I talking about lasagna, Peter?
Like 3 days ago.
No. You were talking about lasagna. This is your
I don't.
invention.
I don't think I've
You
ever
said
heard
it's
mention
layers
lasagna.
of altitude layered on top of one another, that it's horizontal planes layered at different levels of elevation.
Yeah,
and we
all
said, like
horizontals are
lasagna,
parallel,
you
yes.
said yes.
We've got an argument, right, that states all horizontals are parallel. It's the conclusion
Exactly,
of the
like
argument,
layers
right?
in a
So
lasagna.
that's an argument, Peter.
Yeah.
If you want to go
But
and
you
have a look with that
specifically said
argument,
it.
if you want to rebut the
No.
argument, you can deal with the argument.
It's
That's got
recorded.
nothing
You
to
said
do with
it.
lasagna.
No.
You said it's like a lasagna.
No, you said it.
He said it.
No.
He confirmed it.
No.
He confirmed it.
He said yes to your analogy.
Ridiculous names that people call other people and then put earther after it. A childish stuff, people. Peter?
Yep.
Lasagna
Proper
earther.
childish.
This is what flat earthers like Peter have to do. This is what flat earthers like Peter have to do.
You know, every time anybody says there are two points at equal elevation and that are horizontal, Peter chimes up, "Oh, they're lasagna earthers." So anybody who has that opinion is immediately a lasagna earther. You know, it's
Which
been
is
propagated not just
That's
by him.
who you are.
Now, a lot of
ridiculous.
people using that term,
This is
same
only
as
your
the
strange
Bevite.
association.
Yeah. Well,
Because
within this little tiny group of people, right?
I don't know, Bev. It might be why the world is in such a mess
Well, I
because
mean, the world's in a
everybody
mess
has
because people are like
everybody's
this.
yeah. People want to pick a team, and then it doesn't matter what the team does. They'll support the team, and they put everyone else in
this-
another team, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is also from this group of, you know,
Can we not?
truth.
Can we not do this about people though? Right? In the chat, please. You know, I don't like seeing it in other people's chats. We do like to stick to the argument, and I'm going to point out in a bit when the angry man comes on, like how we've been and like why we are as we are. I don't like the attacking the person type thing. So if we can cut that out. Peter's only here. He's troll team 6. Right? This is what Peter's meant to do. Don't rise to it.
This is what I get paid to do.
Yeah, troll job, yes.
I don't-
International
is that mic
Troll
okay?
Society, yeah.
Right, here we go.
Well,
Carry
these
on.
other guys.
Oh, go on.
Oh, carry on.
Yeah, we listen.
And levels horizontal, and all
I was just saying that
horizontals are parallel.
Go on. Go on.
Sorry.
Is the
Yeah,
stream
I mean,
still
these other
going on?
guys, you know, Peter, be quiet a minute. These other guys who, you know, kind of rabbit's ears truthers, you know, they're kind of using the same tactics as the people that they tend to oppose. You know, vilifying people, putting them into groups, getting everybody to point their fingers at them and say, "Look at them over there." They're the
You
bad
think
ones.
there's 2 different
You
groups,
know, they're
though,
doing
right?
exactly the same thing.
Yeah, as you say, like
Yeah.
you're saying they're doing the same thing, but maybe they are the same thing.
They are it.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
no,
no
of course.
difference.
Well, that's how you recognise them. But initially, you kind of think, "Oh no, here's a bunch of people who are asking pertinent questions, checking the system, you know, checks and balances, trying to ask, you know, questions about things that don't seem to make sense." You think, "Oh yeah, you know, good guys, good guys." And then you find a little further along, they're no different than the other lot. You know, they use the same tools, the same methods. It's not an open society, free speech. What can we work out here together? It's no, we are the elite. We are the establishment. We'll keep the power. We'll control the narrative. Those guys over there, they don't fit in with our agenda, so they stick them on the outside and point the fingers at them and get everybody else to do the same. I mean, you know, you recognize that from somewhere, don't you?
Yeah.
It's in history, you know, no different.
Well, you watch this. They're about to get going.
It's just recent.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon, and if you press them into it, they'll eventually say that the horizon is derived from water, right? Which is what they use for a level. So horizontal. So if somebody's just saying that the Earth is generally arranged horizontally, right, and that's a plane of reference which is flat, right? So the Earth is generally flat, generally level, generally horizontal.
Generally. Something that we never use.
Never say.
Never.
Yeah, wait, can I just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
You've measured it not flat.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, not generally though, right? He's, you know, like he's trying to tie us to this generally thing, which is a typical.
I would say to the millimeter.
Yeah. It generally's including the middle, isn't it? It's non-specific.
Yeah, I mean, like nearly.
Yeah. It's not
measured
something
flat
that you want to say that it is. It's just generally that.
All of those are synonymous. And when I say generally because you can't say the Earth is level.
Yeah, you're right. You can't.
Yeah.
Can't say it's flat either.
Yeah, exactly my point, which I made earlier. Yes.
So what's he trying to do? He's trying to slag us off, but then say exactly what we're saying, and then try and say that nobody ever says it.
Just think about it. For the Earth to be level, according to the definition of level, you have to have an equal elevation above a single point. Now, does the entire Earth have an equal elevation above a single point? Well, the answer is no.
No.
So Bev, according to his own logic, has no term to describe the Earth whatsoever.
And what?
Fucking
So
ridiculous.
what?
I don't describe the Earth. Ever. Don't give a shit. Level is straight line on a horizontal plane. In reality. No other claims. So what's AI doing? He's like he's G'ing them up. To say like Bev doesn't, but Bev doesn't make any of those claims about Earth anyway.
Because by the penalty of precision, he can't claim the Earth is because it's not 100% precise.
Yeah.
So all of these I'm not a flat earther people like water worlders, realm earthers,
true earthers.
biblical.
Look, this, right? This is a group of flat earthers now, and they're telling you their hatred of all of the others. This is what flat earthers are like. Listen to it again. G'ing up the truth.
All of these I'm not a flat earther people like water worlders, realm earthers,
true earthers,
biblical earthers, true earthers. They all think, no matter how much they want to cry, they all believe the Earth is flat.
What? Believe? Like, what's he think he's doing? Like, they're all getting together.
This is just not an argument. He's making conclusion nonsensical.
Yeah.
Because
and assuming that all
doesn't
of
follow.
the other people do that. Right? He's, why are all of these other people not admitting that they believe something that they probably don't even consider anyway? This is obsession. This is the model affliction. People that are too deep into a model end up like this. Don't do it. It's not good for you. In moderation, although it is quite hard.
So they're all full of crap.
They're there. Yeah, they are.
Bruh.
But one more time for the slow kids. One more time for the slow kids. When I said they all believe the Earth is flat, I don't mean they believe it's smooth and even without indentation or variance. Duh.
Right? What does he mean then?
So he means that flat Earth means that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what?
Yeah. And everybody believes that. Yeah. For the slow kids.
So everybody believes that the Earth is not flat, but at the in the same time, we who are saying that Earth is not flat, we are bad guys.
Yeah.
But good guys, good flat earthers, also believe that Earth is not flat. So
yeah, they know it's not flat as well.
Yeah. So what's going on?
Yeah, we won't contradict what we see by saying that it is flat. That's the difference, right?
They seem to fight really hard. They seem to fight really hard for that word, though, don't they? By evidenced by this video or this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
They'll admit that it's not flat.
Yeah,
but they fight hard for
tell
it.
You what it is and what they're actually saying, because I don't think they do actually know.
Don't take my flat away.
Well, they said it earlier, right? Didn't AI say it's they defer to the water? But then the water has a potential problem as well, because you're not talking about the water ever. It's not the same everywhere. So we've had these discussions. Ultimately, we get to they're talking about mean sea level, but then they don't know what mean sea level is, and that's not the entirety of the world that we live in. Mean sea level. So what are you talking about then?
Can I do a call to action?
Yeah, absolutely.
If there's anybody out there, just let them know. QE, Miggy, Care Bear, AI Ardent, just let them know that we're going over a video, reviewing a video of theirs. And if they want to, you know, like give us a link or whatever, we'll give them a shout out. This is at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, live. It's on a YouTube channel. We might be able to get somebody to drop them a link. Let them know that we're going over these things. There's a little bit about Nathan Oakley as well later, so let Nathan Oakley know as well. I definitely can't post anything over there at the Flat Earth Debate Discord because we've been banned. We can't type anything because of the moderators over there at this place, the ones that talk about us all the time. They like
the one that's been posting in our live chat all day.
Yes, the bee with the buzz.
Yeah, that one.
That we were talking about this morning when, you know, wishing them well with Nathan with his new endeavour into the politics server. Yes, those people. Just let them know that we're going over and reviewing their flat earthness and how they label people. And this has been going on for a long time. That's why we're here. And it's normally, I think this sort of stuff is why people talk shit about us. Because this is all lies. This is just made up fantasies of flat earthers wanting to gain power and dominance over an arena where they think they control the narrative. Flat Earth supremacy. That's what you're seeing here. That's why the title of this video is Don't Be One of Those Flat Earthers. You want to be like Rob Keane. That's the model of flat Earth that you should be taking upon you. Make you famous, Rob.
Who else is on
Yeah,
here?
but we've been saying that from the start, so I don't know.
AI.
Saying that from the start.
It's just another ploy, another gimmick,
Thanks, Kev.
another fuck.
Go on. You've
Hey, you
always
can put my
said you
face
wanted
up
to
there
be-
anytime.
Yeah, the
Appreciate
flat
it.
earther. The real flat earther. Been here for the longest. Grandfather rights, I think they start talking about in a bit. We'll see.
So who else is on here? AI, Creation Bear.
Miggy, Alpha Veritas.
Just tagging them.
There's one called Draco, I think. Or Drake. Let's see
Fucking,
what we can
like
get.
bunny trail that we're gonna have to fucking deal with. It usually turns out that way. And like CB was saying, we have to fight off these idiot anti-flat Earth types, and then we fight off the rest of the numpty globers that are or flat earthers that are out there.
Gotta fight him. Why? Why do these people have to fight anything? What's up?
Ideology. You have to fight for ideology.
Exactly.
That's true.
Fighting. Well, they're putting the fighting gloves on. Like, nobody else knows about this, but, you know, they do.
It sucks that has to be that way, but it's just the way it is.
Just the way it is. Sucks, but, you know, it's just the way it is.
Can I ask Britt, like, what do you think of the Bev types? Because I know he's been in there with you guys. What do you think of those?
Are you ready, Peter?
Yes, that's my friend Cuddly Bear, right?
Yeah.
Speaking.
Yeah. He's talking to
I
this
miss him.
guy. Sleeper
I miss
agent,
him
I
so
think.
much.
Well, I think Bev. Well, first of all, Bev himself is a funny guy. I'd say he does make me laugh a little bit, but the substance of what he's doing is like trying to find the niche and flat Earth, make his own little faction. I disagreed with AI. AI thought it was because of his past history with not wanting to be associated with it. I think it's like, you know, he insists upon it with other flat earthers. He insists upon flat earthers that they're wrong for saying the Earth is measured flat.
There you go. Well, I don't insist.
Play it a bit more. Play more.
I just say that the Earth is not measured flat.
I think Yui was building up to something. Play more.
No. That's Brit.
Yeah.
Brit. Yeah, he's a flat earther. Shh.
Yeah, he was building up to something. Play more.
Yes. It's Brit.
I know.
He's a flat
Don't worry,
earther.
Peter. We're getting there. If you let us, it's all right. Calm down. It'll be okay.
Oh, thanks,
We're not going to stop it right here.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
It's still going. But it's not Huey, it's Brit.
On this weird semantic issue. But Bev really isn't the issue. And I think are the Bev types, right, that are more irritating because they just repeat exactly what Bev said. And I take it to be the case that if you can't frame something in your own words, there's a high degree of chance.
Wait,
you
he's
don't
got
know
a
what you're saying.
following?
Yeah. Bev's a demonstrated
What?
retard, man.
Oh, there you go. He's QE coming in with the name calling. You will notice this is what I was after, really. They seem to take Brit as like an authority. He must have some sort of, there's a familiarity with the way that they ask Brit there. He's, and him hanging around with those people, right, Peter? That'd be some handy information, wouldn't it? If you could have somebody like that.
Brit is an important asset to TT6.
No, to QE and the Flat Earth guys and AI.
Like I said, he's an important asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
That's why he's one of the founding fathers of TT6.
Yeah,
yes,
because
you are playing both sides.
It's not a coincidence.
No.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence, Bev.
And I say, like, when you listen to him talking there, you're like, that's, you don't get in to have conversations with people like that unless you're a well-trusted friend of the group.
I'm very proud. I'm very proud to call Brit not my friend.
Yeah. Right, so we carry on. Because QE's just come in now. But do you notice the way he said, it's not really me, I'm not the problem, it's the Bev types. What's a Bev type, do you reckon?
It's a lasagna earther.
And what's that? Like, because
people
nobody
who believe
knows
that
what
the
a
earth
lasagna
is shaped like a lasagna.
Peter. Nobody knows what
Yeah.
that is. It's
Yes, and
meaningless,
by the way,
Peter. It's
this
nonsense.
is even worse. Yes, this is even worse misnomer because you are talking about Earth like lasagna, but
Yes.
horizontals being parallel, they are not Earth.
Yes,
It is
they're
not Earth.
lasagna.
No, it is in the air.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so not lasagna Earth.
It's a fluffy lasagna.
No, you are making shit up. Sorry.
That's your words, not mine.
No, but you're just making things up. So
No, I'm not. You. It's a very precise definition.
no, this is not definition, and this is just you are trying to make names.
We should play the interview. Play the interview, Bev.
It's not an interview. It's just a load of guys having a meeting about how they're going to sort out flat Earth. Like inside a group sort of chat. That's sort of been going on, well, for years, really. And I think me and Emma noticed this years ago. And we just didn't fit in. But talking in back rooms and private chats and moderator lists and little gold stars.
How was it recorded? How was it recorded?
What? This is live.
How do you have the recording?
This is live.
Oh, so they're not hiding much, are they?
No, I'm saying, like, if they're doing this live, what are they doing in all of the back rooms? Because we've been there in the back rooms. We know what sort of stuff goes on in the back rooms. It's just because they've had years of doing this sort of stuff and getting away with it, and then sort of like let him fight the flat earth, do it, and like backwards and forwards. They've become confident in their arrogance of their supremacy of flat earth. It's what happens. I They can't help it. They just sort of start talking like this together because it's just a group of lads. George did it as well, you know, when they were all Globers getting together. You know, they gather in little gangs and they pick somebody who they're going to have a go at, and then they imagine what they're going to do and how they're going to sort them out, and then maybe they might talk about putting a cap in an ass or something like that. You never know. Because that might be the best thing for them to, you know, when they come to that conclusion. We've seen it all before. This is just the same. This is no different than a group of people getting together from the globe because they don't like things that other people say. Well, Bev types may just be people who live in reality that state things in reality in a simple way.
I agree that they live in reality, but they don't have a good grasp on reality.
Well, they may just be talking about reality. But then let's see what they're going to do, because this group of flat earthers are going to fight people.
They should.
That can't be right.
He's got fans. Big fans, right, who will defend him.
Well, there are morons that are in this world, about 95% of them, that encapsulate the earth. Bev is a demonstrated retard, dude.
There you go. So, QE, thank you very much. Your arguments are shit. I don't know what you're like. I make no comment about you, other than the fact that you've got a demonstrable fallacious argument. And you've never put anybody right about it. The amount of times we've been telling you. For years. Years, literally years. And we're going to talk about it in a bit, because it's obviously still in QE's fucking head. Can't
Is
get
this
out.
is this the same QE that used to spend every day in our server at one point?
Well, he's gonna
Am I supposed to be saving? Okay,
still
I haven't listened to this yet, so this is all new to me, and yeah, I mean it's interesting, very interesting.
Here we go.
Simple.
Fucking hell.
Simple as.
Flat Earth does not give you a free pass.
No, I'm sorry. Bev's a retard.
So that's 3 comments from QE, and any sort of constructive criticism, just 3 ad homs. Superstar.
He is such a really good ambassador for this whole flat Earth nonsense. I mean, when you think of flat Earth, you think of QE.
Yeah.
And Nathan.
I do now.
And 24/7.
Sorry,
and
Rob.
it's
you should think of Rob Keane.
This is the face
You're all
of...
a bunch
now,
of
this is
knuckle
the
dragging
face
nutty dipshits.
Oh, that sounds like a little bit like QE.
You knuckle dragging cran munchers!
Yeah, can someone ban QE, please? We don't need that kind of language in here. I mean, that's not appropriate.
And yeah, and the name calling, obviously, he's not calling anybody else that other than people that listen to us. So sorry for you having to hear that QE thinks this of you just for listening. Imagine a bee with a buzz being a moderator over there that bans us from commenting is a member of this channel. So QE's sort of calling his own moderators. It's terrible. I'm sorry for that.
I've called him out.
Well, the guy came in here and said that.
I've called him out. It's another one. Okay. This is all over me, and you know.
I've called him out.
Well, the guy came in here and said that.
Demonstrated retard.
Demonstrated QE.
I got a show. I did a whole show on him. I don't know if it was a treatment. I may have did his before treatments were born. He is retarded. I mean, in actual, he's ICD-10 code retarded.
There you go. So QE's, you know, he's done a show.
I need to apologize to Kevin.
It must be, yeah.
I thought I had heard it right. Yep.
It must
I apologize,
be why,
Kevin.
I think this is why QE is so feared in the flat Earth community, because I can't even remember him doing a video about me. So nobody bothered telling me. So that'll be interesting.
Unless QE, hang on, Kevin. Unless QE just fucked it up and actually
Well, that
should
could
have
be as
said
well.
ID test. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
still apologize because I did
That's
hear
all
it
right.
wrong.
No, no problem.
He doesn't understand the modus tollens of the black swan.
Oh, that's interesting.
What, minding your P's and Q's? Interesting.
Who was that? Let's see.
He doesn't understand the
Creation Bear. He doesn't understand the modus tollens, says the guy about me. And he's obviously forgetting that Emma was the one that told QE to put "mind your P's and Q's" on a t-shirt.
modus tollens of the black swan.
What did he say the other day? A dichotomy modus tollens is the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard.
He said false dichotomy. It was just a fallacious modus tollens.
More duck stealer.
Yeah, he rejects the
I'd
black
love to
swan.
see you debate Bev. That'd be really
Debate
entertaining.
Bev.
Yeah.
That would be like fucking King Kong debating Little Miss Muffet. What are we gonna debate on?
What? King Kong debating Little Miss Muffet. Yeah, I don't think King Kong was known for his brain power, argumentative skills, was he?
Let me translate that for you in flat Earth. I think that means he would win. That's like a victory to him. If he imagined King Kong debating,
To be
which
like
is the giant ape,
brilliant at
right?
debating, yeah. The debating
Correct.
genius of King Kong.
Correct.
And his
Yes.
massiveness.
Why?
An important. Oh, sorry, Emma.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to ask, like, why is he so vicious? Like, after everything, right? You can sit here and listen to Bev anytime. I've never heard Bev say anything like this. I've never really heard. We don't really say things like that about individuals, unless we're telling you a story of something that has actually happened. I honestly, I don't get the anger, the hatred. I mean, is that all they have in their lives?
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
flat
I think.
Earth.
Yeah, I think he just is imagining him being King Kong and picking up Little Miss whatever Muffet and then just squishing her. I think that's to him
That's
is
a
a
debate.
debate.
And
Yeah.
And what I was going to say is to NORAD's point of the really horrible analogy, right? Because the point was, hey, I'd love to see you debate Bev QE. And you go to this horrible analogy of I think NORAD said it right. I'm not sure King Kong was a great debater, but Bev's the retard here. Remember, this is the guy who just gave this analogy that's freaking horrible.
Yeah.
But Bev's the retard.
Yeah. Before this horrible analogy came a horrible, fallacious modus tollens.
And this is a defense of a modus tollens, right? And we might be able to go over it. I might have a comparison.
Bro. I mean, about the semantic issue. You know,
There is no semantic issue. Do you even know what semantics is?
Yeah, arguing definitions.
Arguing? No, you don't argue definitions. Of terms.
They're really good at this, aren't they? Aren't they? Arguing definitions. Imagine that. I think he's just doing that to wind QE up, isn't he? I mean, he must be doing. He's dead clever. They asked him for his opinion. I think this Brit capped must be a really good friend of this group. to be able to get them to talk like this.
So what? Splitting hairs over them, right? Being
They're not
pedantic.
splitting hairs. You communicate. It's called the Socratic method. Are you familiar with that?
I don't think they are. But I'm going to leave it like that. I don't want to go over it too much.
Crayon Country.
Yes.
Really? What's the semantic method?
The Socratic method or semantic?
I was saying semantic.
The Socratic method is basically the method of asking questions, like what Socrates did.
Asking questions regarding what?
Oh, when you say regarding what? Regarding whatever.
Regarding definition of terms, moron.
What?
Did you know that? The Socratic method, or often known as the semantic method, is asking questions about terms. He's so wise in the ways of...
There's several kinds of questions you can ask, but clarification of terms is one of them.
Shut up. You're a retard too.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we're all allies.
Yeah, what do you
didn't even get to speak. Bro, I wouldn't even do that to somebody, and I'm famous for telling people to shut the fuck up. Like, let them speak in person.
What do you know about this Socratic method?
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Move on. Move on. He's called him a retard. We'll leave the Socratic thing because Nathan's doing it as well. It's all up for everybody to go and check out for yourselves.
The semantic thing, you mean?
The semantic method, Socratic method.
Yeah.
Where you question people about terms.
Yeah, while you're calling someone else a retard.
Yeah.
Remember that.
I mean, Bev got cooked by me. Why does
Creation Bear? I got cooked by him.
does he need to get cooked by Kiwi?
It's already been many years ago.
I was just actually taking that he's got a following, man. I'm fucking.
He's got a following because there's fucking morons. He's got like.
Sorry, people. I don't have a following. Just people that
I'm not
watch
a more.
what we do. Like that's it. It's just.
But I like.
Some people may find it.
I like to hang out here.
Yeah, it's not a following though, is it? I mean, you don't
No.
follow me.
I do say,
go
yeah,
to the
but
shop.
no,
I go there on my own.
I do say the things you say.
So
because
anybody,
they're true.
anybody that goes to Nathan's show then is what, an Oakleyite? Anybody? I mean, if you use their logic, anybody using the same words as me right now, if you say the same, you can't use any of the words I'm using right now, because otherwise you're copying me. You're my follower now.
Yeah, I've said that on 24/7.
Yeah,
people who have common themes or common arguments, or even the same words. They're all doing it, but nobody's relating them to a small group of people that to be vilified. They're kind of acting like there's some elite. They're the elite group.
Yeah, says QE, bringing out citations, and Nathan Oakley, sustainable by design. Like, are you not allowed to use those words when you just repeat them? I mean, terrible arguments, but to try and sway people into not using certain words. But that's what. Well, that's why we're not over there. It was a terrible place, and you can see why. These are the people that are in there.
And if they think, I mean, if that is what their mindset is, that you have to follow someone, like you have to pick a team, you have to follow them. I'm sorry, I'm not playing your stupid game. If only you knew the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been
Nobody
we've
follows
been around here
anyone.
for a bit. We've seen quite a few things. Might get to talk about him in a bit.
4 or 5 retards that are dumber than him following him.
Yeah.
4 or 5. retards. So QE calls it. I mean, I don't know if that's everybody that's around here. Like whether QE just likes offending people, whether he likes getting a reaction.
Oh, watch out, guys out there! If one day you could be being asked to be a QE's angel, the next minute you're a retard.
Yeah, let's listen to this.
Just a fair warning.
This is what QE thinks of you people that are watching us right now. Am I meant to say, flat earthers are all right people, but I like Rob. So what am I meant to do? How am I meant to differentiate between, like QE and people like Rob? People like Nathan Oakley, the ones that get angry, aggressive. Like, that's the horrible side. You don't want to be one of those flat earthers.
Yeah, don't be one of those flat earthers.
Yeah.
We already do a fucking show. Sorry. Didn't we already do a show where I had to come off of mute because somebody was calling people retard? Yeah. Retard. How do you like it, retard?
Yeah. It's bad.
You didn't like it that day?
Yeah, but I don't like us doing it in retaliation. It doesn't deserve it. And, people are just people, but QE's the sort of person that incites hatred, right? It riles the crowd up to get everybody all aggressive.
Purposely.
And, that's why people don't come over here. They don't have the conversations with us. Purely because QE does this sort of stuff. But he only does this sort of stuff to hide the fact that he's given them a fallacious argument. They still can't see it. QE is the worst deceptive person. I was saying to Peter the other day, literally saying that's what flat earthers, I mean, if you want flat earthers to look ridiculous, you hand them a fallacious argument and say, this is the proof of the flat earth. Go and tell everyone. Because it makes them look stupid. And that's the truth. You're not going to get away from that. It's going to be shown tonight.
He's got to fall in because there's fucking morons. He's got like 4 or 5 retards that are dumber than him following him.
Yeah. Stupid.
And everywhere they go, they get their asses handed to them. There's some that are in the Land of Miss Boy server.
Oh, yeah. I was just listening to that earlier when Nathan published that. That was quite interesting.
But it was. Let me get the Bevtard. Let's see how long ago that was.
What are they talking about?
Go ahead,
here?
carry on.
They're talking about when Nathan went over to, because this is about 2 weeks old, right? Us having this video, it's 13 hours long, and having this particular clip within this that was done so long ago is Logos. But we're obviously meant to see it. We're obviously meant to go over it. Thank you, Logos. So they're talking about a video where Nathan went to, his first foray out of his, safe space.
All right.
I want to just school Britt on the semantics. So semantics is, as an argument, is
He's going to school Britt. He's one of their friends.
often used to tell someone else, oh, you're just arguing semantics. Okay, so semantics is the linguistic field of meaning associated with tokens, right? So when you're parsing out meanings, you are having a semantic discussion, but it's purposeful because when you say the earth isn't flat and you create that as like a banner, because it's not smooth or even, yet the term flat has multiple meanings associated with the token. For example, it has a different meaning as an adverb than a adjective, correct? So that means that depending on the context, to say the earth isn't flat doesn't apply to all of the other pairs of meaning that are associated with that token. So the person who's making a semantic argument where their whole argument rests on semantics would be someone like Bev.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like AI has just done a semantic sophistry to say that, you know, when I say it's not flat, here's a measurement. It's not
Yes,
flat.
and
That
by the way,
that's semantic, apparently.
it is this guy is inconsistent because if we take flat being measured, it means that we take this word literally. So there is no space for semantics here, because if it is measured flat, so we are talking about measurable qualities. So if it is measurable quality, it means it belongs to physics and mathematics or geometry. So you cannot say that it is just semantic, it is just vague word, because you cannot use that word flat with measurements. So
yeah, but in reality, he was the one that was using the semantic. He was saying that you could vary the definition of that enough that nobody could say that it isn't. Like, he literally was using the semantic argument.
Yes, but this is just meaningless.
But he tried to hand it off to me. He used the semantic argument and said that's what Bev's doing. But it's not what I'm doing.
Yes, I know.
What he's doing.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, but this is,
Yeah, he's done it before.
This is not his first projection.
Yeah,
so, normal thing.
He's done exactly that in some, bickering arguments, that we've with Bev, in recent times, and strange, exactly what he said there in that conversation. I've heard it twice today, or I've seen it written twice today. Pretty much word for word, but by two different characters.
Yeah.
So you might say they were the same character, with different names. One was this guy, AI, and another was another one of the mods in Nathan's YouTube chat ago. Used the same terminology, so I think that's kind of odd. To put the same words in the same order,
using the same argument
in different places with different names, and then saying, "No, I'm not a mod in any of those channels." These things kind of add up, and yeah, I mean, as far as I've been thinking recently, listening to QE is, he regales a lot of war stories to do with Vietnam. And the only things I've heard is his talks about when he's in Berlin. So I don't know whether he actually ever went to Vietnam. Maybe he was just in the quartermaster stores in.
I've never heard him
Berlin.
talk of any of it.
Yeah, well, he chews on his tobacco and drinks his whiskey on the porch, and the young guys sit around and, tell us another war story, Grandpa. Oh, which one do you want? Tell us about when you pulled out the 50 cal in Berlin. All right, grandson, I'll tell you the story. Now sit down now.
I've never heard any of that, but I must admit, never really listened to QE because it's just not my.
No, well, again, it's like this conversation you got here. I stumbled on it one morning, thinking I was somewhere else, and came in and listened to people talking. I thought, well, who are these guys? Because they're not on the list that I'm looking. And I found myself somewhere else. I thought, well, I better listen in here. And it was like that,
Look, Theo's in the chat as well. Theo, that is you AI, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
same
the one.
person.
Theo.
Stop trying to
Same
pretend
guy.
you're somebody else.
Yeah.
Shut up, man.
That's why they do
Exactly.
it.
I wasn't going to say.
Why they do it.
That's exactly tonight.
Yeah, so they've got an extra
And it
account
happened.
chat in the YouTubes that nobody realizes is connected to them.
Yeah.
Which,
And it happened
yeah.
simultaneously. Yeah.
Yes.
As I spoke to one, it was in the other. And then somebody had just happened again. I guess it's Logos. Just happened to post that little chop. Somebody cut it out for some other reason, and I saw it and thought, that's just exactly what he just said to me in another place, while trying to draw me out in a semantic argument.
And what was AI's point then? AI's point
About
went
what?
right over their heads. Let's go back and let's listen to it. Seeing as Theo seems to think that there's something in here that we didn't understand.
Pairs of meaning that are
No, let's go back all the way. This bit here.
that has multiple meanings associated with the token. For example, it has a different meaning as an adverb than a adjective, correct? So
Yeah,
that means that depending on the context, to say the earth isn't flat doesn't apply to all of the other pairs of meaning that are associated with that token. So the
other pairs of meanings. I've heard him say that.
Yes,
like, because
but
you saying it's not flat doesn't apply to all of the other pairs of meanings. Well,
No, but he is
that's the
missing.
softest toolbox.
Sorry, this
know,
guy
he's
is
got-
missing context because he is talking about flat Earth. This is context.
Yeah.
We are not talking about flat wall, flat glass. We are talking about flat Earth. And this is context. You cannot take different meanings of this word because this meaning is fixed because it is attached to Earth. So it is only one meaning of this word in context of flat Earth. That Earth is flat, which is not. And as Nathan Oakley says, it is observably and measurably flat, which is not true. So we are talking about surface of the Earth. One context, not many different contexts. One
Could
context.
could I just point out as well that if anybody was talking like AI is in the chat now, in the 24/7 chat, they would be being insulted, muted, probably banned. And notice that we're just letting him have his say as long as he's following YouTube stuff and isn't outright being toxic, then have your say. That's how it should be.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
the same will apply like in this VC here and in this Discord. Unlike theirs.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw in what he was saying was like a way to argue this, sophisticatedly. Because if you have different contexts and different meanings, then you can turn people round and round and round. Say, well, what meaning do you mean? What's the definition? Is it a noun? Is it an adjective? Run people around and try and get them confused into getting them off the subject and maybe to, clock up a win and shut down that conversation on that particular topic. So you can kind of twist this kind of angle of what do you mean by flat then? Even, smooth, noun, adjective? Like you did with the horizontal argument, a while back in that whole thing about, what's the definition of horizontal? How do you know where it is? And then a little while later, he's saying how he established a horizontal when he was doing his building. Only a short time later, which kind of thought, well, why did you waste all that time trying to pin somebody down to some definition and then you tell them you use it daily? It's ridiculous. But, it's just games. It's like, sophistry and keeping people on, in the approved narratives.
Whatever they say about flatness, it is not about Earth, because if they say that horizontal is flat, level is flat, or whatever else, it is not Earth. So
yeah, this isn't really about the flat thing, right? That argument is over and done with, like ages ago, right? What we're talking about is the way that somebody wants to manipulate somebody else to help them deceive people, or at least to get them to accept a contradiction, to argue for a contradiction. Now, who's AI doing it to in here? Well, he's doing it to QE, this Britnap or whatever he's called.
Nat, I think it's Nat, British nationalist.
Yeah. There's a few of them, right? But that's who AI's talking to here. He's not the people that are listening in as well. The people.
Like friendly little conversation.
This is an argument against it's not flat. That's it, literally. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to play semantic word games about it's not flat. But there's some sort of point that Theo or AI thinks that there should be within this.
Person who's making a semantic argument where their whole argument rests on semantics would be someone like Bev.
So my whole argument rests on semantics. What? By saying it's not flat? You think that's the semantic of flat? Whereas it's okay to say the Earth is measured flat because you've got the semantics on your side for the same fucking word. How delusional are these people?
And by the way, your argument against flatness is not semantic argument because
look,
it is.
But it's not a contradiction when you are using a word in two different categories. Literally, allowing for a contradiction. Semantics.
Yeah, but yes, that's why in argument you cannot use the same word in two different meanings. That's the problem. And you are not doing that in your argument that Earth is measured not flat, therefore Earth is not flat. It is not semantic argument at all. It is just normal argument, and you are using a word flat in one meaning, with one meaning only, as it is allowed in argument. If you are doing, if you are making two different meanings in one argument, you are just sophist or dishonest. You cannot do that in logic.
So who is the one that's literally writing it's not a contradiction when you are using a word in two different categories? Who is the sophist? It's pretty clear, isn't it? Like he's literally writing it out. How arrogant can you get?
He is arrogant.
Holy shit. But what's happened here is a lot of people have said that Bev doesn't understand things. And so they've allowed themselves to think that they can literally say anything they want to us and say, well, Bev disagreed with me, so therefore it must be right because Bev doesn't know anything. It's like a weird backwards logic that if you can get Bev to disagree with you, then it must be right. You guys are sad. You're literally writing, like the sophistry that you're using, but you can't see it. And strange this, Theo. This is what we thought of the model affliction. Just seems like you're showing yourself to be model afflicted.
Yes, and sophist because it is impossible because to use same word in two different meanings because and in definition also because you are changing the thing. If you are saying that in argument you have a subject and predication. So if you are changing meaning of subject using the same word, you are changing subject. Therefore, your argument is tearing apart immediately. It is no longer argument because argument is about one subject, not two different subjects. Theo, please learn some logic because what you wrote in the chat is just terrible.
And what I don't dislike is that the arguments all get mixed up. I mean, people say nobody makes that argument. Well, I did. It's just an argument to state that it's not flat because of elevation changes. I was the one that made the argument. To say that nobody makes that argument doesn't make it not an argument. It's ridiculous.
And Theo is trying to argue. No, in dictionary, yes, we have different words for one meaning, and vice versa. But in argument, you cannot change meaning of the word. So in argument, if you are using word flat throughout whole argument, this meaning has to be fixed. Otherwise, you are just making sophistry.
Well,
It
be
is
careful.
not an argument.
He thinks that you guys are sad is an insult. I think that's an insult. I hope you tell QE whenever he does, calls people sad, or maybe, maybe the things that QE calls people. Nobody needs to bother saying anything to QE, but whenever Bev says you guys are sad, that's an insult.
Bev, should we exchange it for happy? Would he have a problem if we said, you guys are happy? Or would you find that an insult? Or would that just be absolutely ridiculous?
We've not even got into this yet. We're just sort of setting the groundwork. You haven't got an argument, Theo, AI, whatever you want to call yourself.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I was, not being that elaborate, but sure, yeah. I mean, basically what I meant was it would be Bev's semantic problem, not QE's, I imagine.
Look at that. A nice bit of kiss ass. Of course it'd be Bev's semantic problem and not QE's when it's AI that was doing it. So it's all just to defend QE, right? That's why AI was doing it. Talking about his contradictory meaning of flat, whereas he used the correct one, and whenever we rebut it for flat or not flat, well then the not flat is the wrong flat. But not the initial flat claim. I mean, it's ridiculous. But he does sound like he's giving it advice, and he's saying, yeah, well done guys, it's part of the team.
The claiming semantics, it's utterly fucking meaningless.
So who did that then? AI. Stop fucking calling semantics. It's meaningless. I don't know why anybody does that in the first place. Just address the argument.
Well, he just wants to quibble about the word
definitely
flat.
AI.
That's all he wants to do.
Yeah, Theo is definitely AI. Without a
He's
shadow
a fucking
of a doubt. Now, I've
retard.
seen something else that tells me that.
There's another
for sure.
insult. Look, here we go. Do you want to hear that? Check it out.
Well, he just wants to quibble about the word flat, doesn't he? That's all he wants to do.
He's quibble. He's a fucking retard, dude.
Who wants to quibble about the word flat? AI. Not me. I don't give a shit what you think about what you say flat is. I've got an argument. Address the fucking argument, guys. Get real.
See his word. You see his favourite word in there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The argument's already wrote down. Just address the argument, not the semantics of the little picky bits of different words that you want to try and get out. It's terrible. But, this is what we're used to. Just not from this group of people. But we haven't dealt much with this group of people since we left. Because we knew there was something wrong. Not nice group of people. They've been doing this for years.
I agree.
All right, let's move on. Oh, by the way, I put that. It was a treatment. Bevtard. Never thinking. Yeah, listen to that.
Right, so QE's made a video calling me a Bevtard. Wonder why people call Bevtards. Wonder who started that? Maybe QE? That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Maybe because he just doesn't want to address a rebuttal to an argument. You know, a statement about a fallacious argument. Maybe that was it. Maybe the mind your P's and Q's was part of it. Perhaps, I don't know.
Never thinking. Yeah, we'll
Personally,
stick is dead. Go ahead.
yeah, personally, I'm only aware about this one issue and associated with him. I haven't come across too much content on other issues, but the idea of pushing this, I'm not a flat earther, the
Said
earth
today
isn't
you weren't
flat.
a
I
mod
mean,
at all on
it's really
Nathan's, any
silly
of
and juvenile.
Nathan's channels earlier. No matter how you go, duh, now. That's how I recognised it. Recognised the language. You so often recognise in different people, you know. And it kind of stuck out, and then something else came, and it made connection. And there you go. Otherwise, we'd have never properly spoken about it. I mean, you wouldn't have been exposed there because you'd have carried on being Theo. And had we not said anything about it, you'd be joyfully being Theo, pretending you're nothing to do with anybody else.
Askin's gaslighting. It's not. That's obvious what you're doing here now. You're trying to defend an untenable position.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, carry on.
Juvenile.
So he sets up this idea that
like,
well, this
is somebody who can never be wrong. You know, can never be argued out of their position. Always right. Always has the last word.
You ready for this bit, Emma? Because this is where it starts. Well, have a listen.
Of pushing this, I'm not a flat earther, the earth isn't flat. I mean, it's really silly and juvenile.
So he sets up this idea that there is a false dichotomy set up between globe earthers and flat earthers, which is obviously not the case. It's just the two most popular beliefs.
It's obviously not the case. Obviously not the case. It's just the two most popular beliefs. So, what sort of sophistry is that?
Dichotomy.
What's that? Tell ya.
Which is obviously not the case. It's just the two most popular beliefs.
What? Just the two most popular? Well, if it's just the two most popular, then it's a false dichotomy. You know there's more. I mean, come on, guys.
And by the way, who
use
made
belief.
them most popular?
Mm-hmm.
They made themselves popular? No. Someone did.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy. But this is Huey. Sorry, Brit capped talking to his flat Earth friends. And what is this? He's saying, let's listen to it again.
Globe earthers and flat earthers, which is obviously not the case. It's just the two most popular beliefs.
It's obviously not the case. And then he says it's the two most popular beliefs. So it obviously is the case. He's just contradicted himself. Blatantly. The two most popular means there's some other options that are less popular. And if you're only given a given two, then it's a false dichotomy. Now, do you reckon Britcapped knew what he was saying there? Or do you reckon Britcapped is also, unaware of his contradictions, internal contradictions that he's just spoken there? Either aware of them or not. I mean, did you even notice them when he said it? How quick are you at hearing these little contradictions? But it's always sort of a bit to add something in there, right? He's sort of allowed them to have this false dichotomy. He brings it up, points it out, tells them it isn't, but then tells them it is. Very clever.
Yeah.
When you get people like this in the arena, there's a little different sort of twist when you get chance to hear these things over. Bet you wouldn't notice it the first time you heard it.
Set up between
Yeah, I don't.
globe earthers and flat earthers, which is obviously not the case. It's just the two most popular beliefs.
Anyone want to say it?
No, about that. It was. I don't know. Maybe you're saying it for some. It's kind of got some rhetorical humour. I'm not getting, but it's Nat. It's Brit Nat, as in nationalist.
No, it's
that
Brit
kind.
capped. Brit CAP -T.
No,
D.
no, I've seen. Well, have you seen that written?
Yes, it's on the screen. It's
Oh,
literally
is it?
on the video. Yeah, that's his over there at 24/7.
Sorry.
That's his name.
Because, yeah, but it's Nat.
Yeah, when he changes,
The
he's got loads
original.
of different accounts. He's got new
Yeah.
accounts now, right? So obviously,
Okay.
multiple characters, just like AI is playing a character on there, and he comes on here and he
Jekyll,
says Theo.
Huey,
Theo's talking about
Goob.
AI as though they're different characters, but it's really the same person. Well, perhaps people within this arena have that ability to just separate different characters. Seems like there are people that have that ability.
Like Brenda.
Well, yeah. Jesse,
Yeah, I mean, the other interest.
I call that schizophrenia.
It's hard to tell, and I wouldn't like to make diagnosis of that sort of stuff because, you know, but you can definitely tell there's something wrong.
I'm not a doctor.
There's something
I'm not
going
a doctor.
on.
I'm just telling you my opinion.
Yeah.
Not a medical opinion.
We're out of that place because of this sort of thing. We sensed it, but we didn't sense it because we were in the middle of it. We saw these games starting.
Yeah, it's interesting how many of these people profess a kind of a religious belief. You know, a lot of them. AI, he's one of them. And so, this is kind of their moral character from their belief, their religion, a belief in a god, and this is.
Well, this is
how they're.
This is just the guys getting together like a council meeting to to act on a certain thing, right? They're asking questions about us, whether it got sorted and how it got sorted, because these will be the things that go around, right? You'll hear, oh well, such and such a person dealt with him, and it'll be because of these little stories that people have been giving all of their mates that get parroted.
Yeah, but for me, it's from these group of people that the hierarchy comes from. They're seen as kind of the leaders or the higher echelon, the mods, the people in control, the people who might start a new movement and be the figureheads of that. Like some guys were talking about writing a manifesto, something that people might gather around. And I look at them and I think, you are the establishment. You're exactly the thing that I kind of feel like they're not good for me. They're exactly the same. And, initially I thought, maybe these guys are looking for the truth. Maybe they've got something. They're questioning, what they believe against what they know. Can't be anything wrong with that, surely. And thought, wow, well, this is interesting. And then you find that actually they're just the same as the thing they were telling you not to look at. Same systems and
similarities of these. Like we've been
these
dealing with people who have been absolutely horrible to us. And in the background, it turns out that there's a group of flat earthers that have been doing exactly the same.
Yeah. And these people, they're already putting themselves in leadership positions because they have power to silence people, to make them disappear, from social media or platforms or rooms, shut them down, control the narrative.
Within
These
this, all
are not
you
the
need to do
people.
is silence people from the Discord, silence people from the YouTube channels, and then
Just
just
like the government.
talk shit about them in those places.
Yeah, just like the government.
And let everybody know within those places that if they say anything like this, then you'll get linked to this person that they're talking shit about.
Yeah,
that's how they
Well-
literally silence people. I think they were called the brown shirts.
Brown shirts, yeah. And they enrolled the kids in all that and programmed them into that situation.
Yeah, social.
I mean, these
social
these
pressure.
people who are putting themselves up as leaders and kind of the controllers, they are not my leaders. They are not people that I would trust to take care of my well-being and the well-being of the people that I care for. Ever. They're just not,
Yeah, right.
They're not
This is going to
they're
get
not trustworthy.
interesting now, right? We're going to be able to go through a bit of a history lesson coming up.
Is that what's being said?
Yes,
Is that
but
what's
he
being
thinks he's like broken that dichotomy by
Oh, really?
quibbling
He's
over
cracked the
flat.
code.
Yeah.
He's-
He
okay.
couldn't break a soup sandwich.
Okay. I got it.
Okay, so quibbling over flat, apparently. Not just showing how both of them are false with arguments, but, that's Brit capped. That's his point. Let's see whatever.
Well, he chimes in when we start talking Black Swan. He's like, no, the Black Swan's a straw man and
It's a straw man.
all this crazy stuff. It's like,
Yeah, so
It's a fallacious modus tollens. Let's see how it goes here. Let's see what they say.
I want to talk about that false dichotomy thing because
False dichotomy. I don't know whether we get the
the way to prove a false dichotomy is to just have a third option, right? Or to
No.
prove both
No.
propositions false.
Nope, that's not the only way.
I know. I didn't say only way because
I
I'm
thought
highly
you said
intelligent.
that was the only way. Third option.
I know.
What did he say?
The way to prove a false dichotomy is to just have a third option, right? Or to
No.
prove both
No.
propositions false.
Nope, that's not the only way.
I know. I didn't say only way because
I
I'm
thought
highly
you said that
intelligent.
was the only way. Third option.
Oh, did you hear that? Didn't say that's the only way because I'm highly intelligent.
Because
I
I'm
thought
highly
you said that
intelligent.
was the
Yeah, it was because I'm highly intelligent. Who says that? Who says that? Literally the first person I've ever heard say that. So well done. Man claims self highly intelligent whilst contradicting self.
On tape.
Yeah. It's good, that's it.
I know. I didn't say only way because
I
I'm
thought
highly
you said that
intelligent.
was the only way. Third option.
I know. But then you realize I was talking about AI. He's way too smart for that.
I was talking about AI. He does. Talks about himself in the third person while he's there. Yeah, that's just you having different screen names, right?
He doesn't know who he is. Yeah. Which one am I today?
Yeah, that is literally just you with different screen names. Yes. Yes.
I'm
of
gonna go
course.
back and say that it is schizophrenia. Still not a medical determination, but that's what I would call it.
That's a power trip.
Yeah, let's
Just a power trip.
listen to this, Theo.
But then you realize I was talking about AI. He's way too smart for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're all playing along with you. Oh, okay. They're not friends. A true friend would say, "Don't talk about yourself in the third person, mate. You look like a fucking dick."
What did you say?
So, yes, you could disprove both, and then you don't have a dichotomy. Or you could present a third option. So some of the acolytes that adhere to ideas like Bev,
Both.
they think they have a true third option.
No, we can just disprove both. Like you said, AI. Or Theo.
Yeah.
Depends on which one. Like you literally said it and then disregarded what we have done with arguments to say a third option. Wow. So bad.
They think they have a true third option, but I have
Who
no
does?
freaking clue what their third option is. They say the Earth isn't flat, and then I'm like, okay, then what is the Earth? Oh, not flat. Well, then that's not a third option, dude.
Yeah, you're delusional, right? You do realise this. You can't see what's right in front of your face, even though you're saying it to yourself. Crazy.
Yeah.
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 Now, when you actually parse out what they mean, guess what they mean? That Earth is referenced as a parallel horizontal plane.
Bruh.
No.
That's what they mean. And guess what? That's exactly what a flat earther means. I mean, come on now.
Wow. I mean, that's delusional thinking. That you can think what other people mean. Deluded, dude. Deluded. Come and have a chat. That'd be the best way. AI, Theo, whatever you want to call. The easiest way would literally be to come over and have a conversation. But we know you can't.
Shit.
It's the weirdest kind of like beef. I mean, because the way
Well,
that
yeah.
I said to him once, I argued with him, and I said, "Look, right, as far as I'm concerned, you are a flat earther, right? You just don't want to call yourself that for whatever reason."
That's, I think when we knew him as Yui, the founding member of Troll Team 6. Well, we didn't know he was this part of the QE and AI team of flat earthers because he came across as a part of the globe proving team. So that was my first introduction with him. When he's talking here about him arguing with me about something, it'll probably be recorded. You know, be able to go back over it, so you'll be able to check out what did he say? What did he say?
As far as I'm concerned, you are a flat earther, right? You just don't want to call yourself that for whatever reason. But you set yourself up like you want to be flat earthers over this.
No, we haven't set ourselves up as though we want to be flat earthers at all. We've been telling everybody since day one, we're not fucking flat earthers. Flat earthers are snide little guys that hang around in little rooms bickering about people. We don't do that.
Most of them.
Well, I mean, yeah. Obviously. But you can class yourself as part of the moron retard group because you're over here. According to the flat earthers over there. Right? Because
No, they called me an acolyte.
Flat earthers now. Well, QE's
Somebody called me
you
an
a
acolyte.
moron and a retard.
Yeah, but that's coming from QE. I don't put a lot of salt in that.
It's still flat earthers, right? They're the ones that want to be called the flat earthers. These are the ones that want to fight all of the other flat earthers because these are the supremacist flat earthers. This little group.
Weird thing, right? It's just it's strange to me.
Which one of y'all heard him?
No,
I like it. I think he's funny. He is very funny.
This happened because I remember like almost when this splintered off. It was years ago. You guys remember? He was a part of the server. It was all.
I know when it splintered off.
Yeah.
Let's see if you get it right.
Oh, right. Let's see if we get it right. What do you reckon? Any bets?
No.
You guys weren't around. This is only for the OGs. Any bets?
Did I have something to do with it?
You're
Did
an
I?
OG, yeah.
I bet I didn't even get a mention.
I meant girl.
Right, so what Miggy's doing here is he's pointing out that we used to be part of it. Right? We did actually used to be part of this thing that he's talking about. Right? Now, QE's giving Miggy a chance. So, let's see what Miggy says.
Fuck, dude. I'm going to mess this up.
What are y'all?
Yeah, you
He's got-
fucked up.
2018. That's got to be right.
No, no,
It wasn't 2018?
no.
Oh, okay. Before you answer, I want to ask Quantum Eraser a question.
Fuck.
So the other day, he said himself that
Like, look at this. Again, this is a grown men talking about us here.
he really went down this track when he was confronted with someone he was debating with, and they was using flat earther as a pejorative against him, linking it with him being a child abuser. So was it around the same time?
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, so they don't know anything about the fact that Fight the Flat Earth was calling me a child abuser. And I decided to go and talk to the Flat Earthers to get Fight the Flat Earth into a room to call me a child abuser in front of them. They didn't know anything about that. And where did this take place? Well, listen.
So
I was there when it happened. I can't remember.
Fuck. 2019. Jedi said 2019.
No, he's wrong too.
No. So
Want me to tell you?
Can't be 2017, bro. Can't be.
You want me to tell you when they went off the rails? I'm sorry. Go ahead, FE, since you know the story. Go ahead.
Guys, I remember.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Now there's Jedi. How long has Jedi been sat there in the background, letting them all talk? So we can add another one to the list. FE Jedi. Welcome.
Guys, I remember that debate between him and Fight the Flat Earth that happened in the arena in the server sometime in 2019.
The debate between me and Fight the Flat Earth on that server on 24/7. Yes, that's right. Me, Bev, Try Thinking, got Fight the Flat Earth onto that server because he called me a child abuser. No, he didn't call me a child abuser because I was a flat earther, because I'm not a flat earther. He called me a child abuser because level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. And the debate that I had with Fight the Flat Earth, which is on this channel, go and listen to it, was about straight and level. My first ever debate. First time I'd ever, in any official thing, talk to anybody in a debate setting. But
I have a free-for-all question.
Level and straight debate. Go on, Rob.
No, it's just my wife just came by and she's up to 100 subscribers on YouTube. She could really use a few more. If anybody could go to Sterling Resin's YouTube channel and just
Is that the
subscribe to
sort
her,
of thing you
please.
want us doing, Rob? 'Cause
Yes.
you know all of the
Yes.
connotations that come along
Yes.
with this
Yes.
being associated
Yes.
with us here.
That's okay. My wife is okay with it.
There's
She
some
loves you
bad
guys
people,
too.
though. I know, but there is some bad
Yeah,
people.
don't worry. She'll be fine.
Hmm.
She just needs the subscribers, and I bet you even the Globe idiots and the trolls might even want to buy some.
Get the link then and chuck it in the YouTube, or chuck it in the live chat here and get.
Yeah, somebody else will have to
the
do it
other
in
mods
YouTube.
to chuck it into the YouTube.
Thank you very
if
much,
that's
everyone.
What you want. And yeah, say sorry to your missus for any anything, and I do mean that because I can't talk to anybody on Twitter or YouTube or anywhere. I'm not allowed to because these people, well, it might stop you having any chances of getting any more. Yeah, so Jedi can remember me going over there and having a debate with Fight the Flat Earth about straight and level. We can go back over that at some point. But I don't know whether that's why they're talking about us leaving that place. I went over there to let flat earthers know that there are a group of people that are calling people child abusers just because they say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. That's not flat earth. That's just about everybody in reality. Flat earthers didn't see it. They saw it as competition for some reason. That's why we're here today.
Do remember that. Now, if it's
Yes.
written off after that, then fine. That's what I remember.
No.
Jedi. You can't think of if there's anything else after that. Jedi, maybe vague memories of. So if he doesn't know, listen to him. This is the honesty of this group of people. Like, listen to him.
Do remember that. Now, if it's
Yes.
written off after that, then
I missed that
that's
one.
fine. That's what I remember.
No.
Oh, so QE didn't know that I went over there, took Fight the Flat Earth over to 24/7. I bet QE didn't know that Mick West turned up on 24/7 because he'd been talking to me. I wanted to talk to Jesse Kozlowski. That was my main reason going over there. So I'll talk to anybody about anything.
You were here for that, QE.
No.
You were here for that. He's forgot.
Nah, not I never
Oh my
remember
God,
McBugger
dude.
Eater in here.
My freaking mind is slipping. Okay, so we did. There was an arena battle with him and fight the flat. It was a really ridiculous
Yeah,
setup
because
anyway.
they're both retarded.
Both retarded, says QE.
But so how it went down was he was basically just attacking his character while he was fight the flat earth, right? That's all he was doing to Bev. And so I mean, obviously he was like, if you mute me or you do anything, I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. So everybody was like, okay, dude, just chill, let him speak, let fight the flat earth, because we were all new to this, kind of.
We're all new to this, says Mickey. We're all new to this. So it was back when these guys started. And I was the one that brought Fight the Flat Earth over to do the debate when we were all new to this. So I wasn't aware. I mean, I knew I was new to it. I knew I was just meeting people like Redmond, Emma, trying to arrange this debate, Fight the Flat Earth, meeting people. And what did they get from it? All they can remember is that Fight the Flat Earth was attacking my character. They can't remember why, what happened, the fact that he called me a child abuser, the fact that I'm not a flat earther, the fact that I went over there to sort of help him out. Bring some conversation. I think I'm lucky. I got to meet a lot of people and we're here today because of that. But these are the guys that are wanting to fight us for some reason.
Getting somebody like that in here. So, I mean, he was basically just fucking talking shit to him. That's all he was doing. It wasn't really.
Okay. All right, I get it. So, what is the real question here? What you said it splintered with Bevtard. Are you looking for when the actual event that splintered it?
I wonder what that was. I wonder.
Between Bev and the rest of the flat earthers. Do you want to know?
Yeah, when he started to
between Bev and the rest of the flat earthers. Emma, breathe a sigh of relief.
do what he's doing now to make a point out of nothing.
To make a point out of nothing. To make him do what he's doing now.
Between Bev and the rest of the flat earthers. Do you want to know?
Yeah, when he started to do what he's doing now to make a point out of nothing.
Okay, here's how it went down.
Anyone? Any bets? Emma? Are you still here?
The Black Swan came out, right? And I was pushing the Black Swan. You had Bev and Emma.
You still there? You don't normally get Emma mentioned a lot.
She might be busy.
Yeah. Don't normally mention Emma a lot, but QE, he remembered. QE remembered Emma. Why is
Bev and Emma. See, the server he's on is Emma. Does everyone know who Emma is?
everyone? Does everybody know who Emma is? Does everyone know who Emma is?
Emma is Emma. Yeah. Yes, I know. From that side.
Who the fuck
is that guy?
Yeah, it's not a guy.
Go on.
Real master.
Yeah. Everybody around here knows. It's weird that QE knows as well, isn't it? Isn't it weird that Emma's the one that always gets muted everywhere? She's not allowed to say anything. And yet, that's the first words on his lips. Listen to it. It's even here on the thing. There's a little bit.
Bev and Emma.
Emma. There's something special in that. QE. Well done for remembering Emma's name. But it sounds like it's been in the head a lot, that.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, it's not a guy. It's not a guy, it's a girl. And they were really impressed with the Black Swan. Emma even purchased one of my Black Swan t-shirts off my website.
She did. Because she liked the idea of the thing, the whole idea. But she did say to you, QE, mind your P's and Q's.
That's okay. I got a Bev t-shirt.
Mind your P's and Q's. Now that's been one of the staples of this place. Ever since then. So while we were impressed with the modus tollens, the form, the logic, we were less than impressed about the Black Swan, and QE knows that.
And my wife just wants to say thank you for all the new subscribers.
I'll get around to doing it. I'll put it somewhere handy for us.
Tell her you're welcome.
Yeah, the Black Swan. Now, let's see, let me just sort this out here. Now, I suppose most people know that we've been going over this sort of stuff for quite a while. The modus tollens, we've gone over it for the last few days. I think we've, over the last few days, a couple of clips have been done about us, pointing out the fallacious modus tollens. and the reason why it's a fallacious argument. Right. So we've gone over this black swan, supposed. I call it the fallacious modus tollens that QE calls the black swan. Now, we say that because within the form of the argument, QE did not mind his P's and Q's, for one. He had, the consequent doesn't really fit. It's fallacious in that form. But the most obvious one is it only falsifies the P statement, which is of a certain radius, just that one particular radius. That's what Emma said to QE. Put it on a t-shirt. Mind your P's and Q's. We've even got the original. It says mind your P's and Q's. Emma says mind your P's and Q's. And a black swan. And then a picture. Obviously the same picture, but just the black swan. Quite easy to show how it's fallacious that the P statement gets changed. Well, turns out today I heard Nathan Oakley going over this. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear how Nathan Oakley has interpreted the fallacious modus tollens that QE calls the black swan, and how to describe it? Because somebody over there at the politics server today went over this. Now, QE says we liked it. Well, we like the logic. We like the idea of the logic. We like the idea of formulating arguments and the P and the Q and the relationship between the two. That's what we liked. Do you want to hear what Nathan Oakley's made of it? I'll listen to this.
Called the Black Swan.
Yo.
Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our black swan, we showed that where you would assert boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's kind of like you walk up to a bridge and it's got a fire hydrant just beyond the crest of the bridge. You can't see the fire hydrant because the bridge is in the way. Like you say earth curve is, blocking boats and buildings and stuff. Now, one day you come along to the exact same point that you get to every day and the fire hydrant's blocked by the bridge, and the bridge is behind the fire hydrant. Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. And likewise, an earth curve that's physically blocking boats and buildings wouldn't move beyond the thing it's supposed to physically block. So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form a logical consistency argument, modus tollens. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, as claimed by you to block boats and buildings, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that you would use to make that claim. Meanwhile, in the black swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere, demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have, because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020. I thank you.
Okay.
Impressed?
Not much, because when he's talking about Black Swan as a picture, it is not Black Swan, because you cannot have reality being Black Swan, because in opposition to Black Swan, you have to have reality white swan. And
It's talking about a distance measurement, right? So you can't show a picture because there's no way to measure anything.
But he started with picture. So
Yeah.
he said that the origination of this modus tollens is this picture. And I am dealing with this picture. This picture is not black swan, because reality is one. So you cannot say that all horizons are, and you cannot give black swan to this horizon.
I think you're right, Paper, but I think there's something simpler than that, and that is that Nathan just reified. He just said the same logical fallacy. Yeah, same logical
not even
fallacy. If you
changed
listen
it.
to him again, didn't change it at all. It's the same form of logical fallacy.
Meanwhile, in the black swan image,
Emma warned him
the
about.
horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes. I agree. But still, it is not black swan.
Yeah. I know. I mean, like the name of it, right, is one of the problems, right? Because QE's called it a black swan. He's not called it. Nobody knows it as a modus tollens. They know it as a black swan, and they only know the picture as the black swan. They haven't got a fucking clue about the argument because the argument's fallacious.
Yes, so they transferred this name of black swan from picture to modus tollens.
Yeah.
So, but
the fallacious modus tollens.
Yes, of course. But my point is that you cannot say that this picture is an example of black swan, let's say, refutation.
Yeah.
Because it is not.
Yeah. That's what I've been saying. I said to them, like, if QE was a double agent, I said to Peter, I said, like, are you sure you want to go after QE? Because QE is making the flat earthers look fucking ridiculous on his own. Why would you want to take him out? He's handing flat earthers fallacious arguments and telling them that's the proof that the earth isn't a sphere. And Nathan Oakley, today, that's where this has been clipped, today is still repeating the same fallacy. How many times have we said to QE, dude, have a conversation about it. It's an argument. Because they can't talk to each other, Nathan Oakley's still fucking repeating it.
Yes, sadly. So, yes, he is. He doesn't recognize that his conclusion that the Earth is not a sphere does not follow from this conditional statement, because it is conditional statement. If P then Q, it is conditional statement. It is not yet modus tollens. Modus tollens is created when you are coming to conclusion, nullifying Q statement. But
I was told by flat earthers that it's not, that they're saying it says not P in the argument, and the part where it says Earth is not a sphere is meant to be commentary.
It doesn't matter. Conclusion in modus tollens is what it is written at the bottom.
Well, no,
the
it's
Earth
what
is
Nathan
not
Oakley's just said. Nathan Oakley's just explained the argument. There's no commentary there.
What did he say?
Do you want to hear it again?
Can you rewind again?
I just got it, so yeah, let's do it.
Your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere.
Wait a minute. Let me go back here.
Meanwhile, in the black swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, Nathan Oakley's a retard. No one expects any different.
Well, yeah, but the point is that it's a black swan, right? The fallacious modus tollens that QE calls. There was a guy. It sounded very familiar to you talking to QE and AI in that other video.
Oh, well, I've not spoken to them before.
Have you
Well, I
not?
spoke to QE, but not like properly.
Right.
No, I got muted last time I spoke to him within like 2 seconds.
Peter said that it sounded like you. Right, so that's obviously Nathan Oakley. This is Nathan Oakley today, and the conclusion of the fallacious modus tollens that Emma told to QE years ago when he was making this argument to mind his P's and Q's, mainly because the P statement changed. Amongst, the many things, but the most obvious one is the fallacious inform, where he literally changes the P statement to say that the Earth is not a sphere. Forgets that he's only falsifying one radius measurement and ends up saying that the Earth's not a sphere. Listen.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere. Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have.
Yeah, see, just demonstrably. Not blowing up to something 5 times bigger than you had to have.
Yeah, so he's saying that it is not about radius being bigger, but it is nullifying just sphericity. So he's saying that. He's even making this fallacy stronger, let's say. So it is obvious fallacy. It's just not true.
Yeah.
It doesn't follow. Non sequitur.
And we did know that.
I started to hear flat earthers say it's saying Earth is not a sphere, it's supposed to be common.
Well, we've said it right at the beginning, and we told QE right at the beginning when QE was saying about his T-shirts that he says that Emma bought, he was asking us for designs. Yes, we did say to him, Emma says, mind your P's and Q's, QE. Because of this very thing. That's no joke. The meme's there. QE obviously remembers this because he says this. Listen.
Open to suggestions if y'all have a clickbait type of ping for the VC verified and stuff like that. So.
Over here it is. Here we go.
They were really impressed with the Black Swan. Emma even purchased one of my Black Swan T-shirts off my website.
Wow, that's big accolades, isn't it? So, yeah, we weren't as impressed as everybody, maybe as QE was pointing out to everyone. Maybe we pointed out the fallacy to him, and maybe that's when QE disappeared. But here we go, there's another one.
Okay, you guys got that so far? You following along?
Proceed.
About 6 or... I don't know how long it was after that. I was watching one of Brian's logic videos, and he brought up Jesse Kozlowski.
Right, so the bit in between was the fact that we pointed out that mind your P's and Q's, and QE just disappeared. He was around here loads. We had to help Sleeping Warrior understand modus tollens arguments. We had to help Spurs Chemo learn it also, and QE. But when Emma said that to QE, he disappeared. He left. Obviously, the Sleeping Warriors hung around for a little bit more with their friend, 10th Man. And this little thing.
And he brought up Jesse Kozlowski. I crushed Jesse Kozlowski back in 2016, but he brought up this photo.
Jesse Kozlowski's no longer around. Not that he's no longer around, right? He might just be a different character, possibly another character called Brenda. Maybe not, don't know. But yeah, Jesse Kozlowski's a guy that isn't really a surveyor. He was sort of fooling everybody, like mainly fooling flat earthers into the belief that surveyors do some really weird shit. And let QE mention this.
Of two, he was across a little pond. Maybe it was a lake. Who knows? It wasn't that far across.
Yeah, it was about a quarter mile, half a mile.
So it was only like a half mile across. And he just didn't realize that it was an angular size reduction and not Earth curvature, because one of the theodolites was looking at another theodolite.
Right. Here's the thing. I wanted to because Sleeping Warrior was still in this arena. He was still in this server, doing what Sleeping Warriors do. And I noticed that QE was going to do a video about Jesse Kozlowski, and I said to Sleeping Warrior, let's just have a quick word with QE before he does this, so I can like bring him up to date with what I know about Jesse Kozlowski. And QE said to Sleeping Warrior, tell him to fuck off. I then clipped that and sent it to... Emma, are you still around here? Please come off your mic.
Yeah, lurking.
Right, so can you remember this? QE was doing this thing, and I said that, and QE said to tell him to fuck off. So Sleeping Warrior sent me that clip. I then clipped it and sent it to 10th Man to say, you know, is this the sort of stuff that, you know, QE's doing? Like, why is he saying that? I just wanted to sort of have a quick word with him to let him know what I know about Jesse Kozlowski. And that's all it was. That then got blown up into troll stuff, and that was the end of Sleeping Warrior in this arena. I think it was the end of 10th Man coming over here as well, because they obviously handed it over to trolls, and trolls swapped it with trolls, and then it went round the whole arena that QE, you know, was upset with us, and they wanted to make it into a big deal. But I only sent it to 10th Man. I didn't say anything. If anybody wants to know about that, it's a big story, right? So they all leave, and we were just left wondering what's he going to do, because, you know, what QE ended up doing was validifying surveying malpractice as an actual surveying thing. Because, as you heard, QE said about angular size or whatever, and two theodolites. So let me go back again. Listen to this. This is what he says.
One of the
Standard surveying
theodolites was
Sorry.
looking at another theodolite.
No, QE. If you'd have had a chat with us, you would have known this, because this isn't from too long ago, 2 weeks ago. Theodolites don't look at theodolites. It's not what you do. It's not how you do surveying. So even QE repeating this is QE just letting everybody know he doesn't know a thing about anything. And if he would have had that conversation with us, he might know a little bit more. But because different people were causing shit, saying whatever, I suspect it was Sleeping Warrior that was doing it. But, you know, this is the position we're in. QE is now going to give his version of why supposedly I have a beef with flat earthers, which I don't. But this is QE now. Here we go.
And the first theodolite, looking at the other theodolite, saw the other theodolite like lower in elevation, not on the horizontal, but he never took angular size change reduction into account. It was really fucking stupid. So what I decided to do was
QE. What QE decided to do was imagine something that isn't surveying practice at all.
Have a presentation. I could post that one in here too on Jesse Kozlowski. But in the meantime, you see, Bev is all about surveying. You know, I don't know whether I don't think he's a surveyor. He might have a certificate or something.
I literally said to Sleeping Warrior, just get us a quick word with QE before he goes live or whatever. Just so I can let him know. And QE's took offense.
But they kept, after the Black Swan came out, they kept on talking about these fucking surveying horse shit. Right? And I'm sitting there, listen, just take it easy on because the Black Swan just come out. I wanted to establish it.
He wanted to establish it as a fallacious argument. And we were going on about surveying and QE. I can remember this blatantly when QE left. And it was ages ago with the Modus Tollens. He's getting these things mixed up. The time scale and the frame of all of this sort of stuff. He said to us, you do your surveying, but just leave science out of it. Stick to your level is horizontal. As he left. Yes, that's what QE did. He didn't want to know about the horizon being horizontal.
No, he wanted everybody to be pushing the Black Swan, and I mean everybody. Like everybody in 24. So anywhere you could think of, he wanted flat earthers to all be talking about this nonsense. Yeah, absolutely crazy. And if you didn't go along with it, I mean, look at the things he's saying.
Yeah. And don't bear in mind, Nathan, to this day, literally the same day, today, is still repeating the fallacious argument he was getting everybody to push. And we were saying, yeah, it's not going to work. It's not right. It doesn't, like, we can do better. You simplify it more. Make it a proper argument. No, QE wanted to go with this. And everybody knows that's been with us listening to it. QE has had this problem about this argument all of this time. He still has it to this day. And a lot of people do. They can't address the actual argument. It's ridiculous. And he doesn't know anything about, like, he didn't take into account angular size change. He's literally surveying over water half a mile. Surveyors don't do that in the first place.
Yeah. I was just going to say, surveyors don't need to take into account angular size change because they're just looking at a horizontal line through a crosshair.
Or they're measuring points at different positions. Like,
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to tell QE. I wanted to tell him that Jesse Kozlowski is a fraud. Don't validate these surveying practices because no surveyors actually do that. That's all I wanted to say to him. Because I want to be nice to people. I live in reality. I'm not arguing for the flat earth. It would be ridiculous for me to use any of this surveying stuff to argue for the flat earth because it's not flat. Obviously, it's measured not flat. So QE and all of these guys think there's some sort of beef. There isn't. We just live in reality. We do what we do in reality. And I'm lucky enough to have found this logic, the idea of understanding how to place these things together. And of all of that, the thing I'm most grateful for is Emma saying, mind your P's and Q's right at the beginning. That was one of the most vital links for us understanding all of this. And it showed us what the flat earthers are like. Because that's the reason. We'd already been pushed out with 24/7 when QE and Sleeping Warrior, Arwin, Adam Meakin, when they all used to come round here, 10th Man, they used to come round here when it was MEUK. This Discord server used to be called MEUK, and that's when all of the FED crew came round here after we'd been kicked out of the 24/7. So yeah, the FED crew used people, and they're still doing it to this day. There was no different with the Black Swan forced everybody get on board with it. Same thing as the Sextant forced everybody get on board with it. And then look at it today. Nathan Oakley on a tour forced it's measured flat. 3 fallacious arguments that make flat earthers look ridiculous. So if you want to know what the flat earthers that you shouldn't be like, that's these guys. Flat Earth debate crew. A little bit more.
Just take it easy on it, because the Black Swan just come out. I wanted to establish it.
Yeah.
Right? For a few months after the Black Swan came out, just hammer the Black Swan to him, and then you can get back to your theodolite stuff. I don't care. But
yeah, just hammer it. Hammer a fallacious argument. No thanks, QE. He left. He left this place and he carried on hammering it. He had all of his friends talk about it all the time. He had all of the Globe guys taking it on. It was everywhere. They had help with all of the and all of the eyes were focused on it. Who were we? Just a little group of people saying, mind your P's and Q's, QE. Don't go round telling flat earthers that that's an argument. It's fallacious.
I can still recite it verbatim.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. And
yeah, and
there's
if you
nothing we
recite
can
it
do
verbatim
about
a
it.
few times to yourself, yeah, no, but once you reiterate it to yourself a few times, you realize, oh, it is actually fallacious because it's not matching up the P's and the Q's.
Yeah. Well, I liked it because of the idea of that. You know, once you realize you can bring a logical argument into it, then you don't need globers. You don't need flat earthers. You can formulate your own logic. You can take the contrapositive, actually swapping it around to see whether it still works. So that you can take the opposite argument. You can do that with arguments. Nobody tells you that you have to be on one side or the other. That's the beauty of a logical argument. You get the argument right, and then it's down to the rhetoric. That's what we've been doing. We've been sorting the arguments and the rhetoric. And this is them. After years, they've not changed at all. Still Same old shitty fallacious arguments with no rhetoric. Obviously no rhetoric, because they're having to do it in little gang meetings.
Try to focus on the black swan. But then what happened was, like I said, I watched the Brian's Logic video and I seen him talking about Jesse Kozlowski. And of course, Jesse Kozlowski is a surveyor. So I decided to rake Jesse Kozlowski. I think I called him Jesse the Klutz Kozlowski in one video, and went through and just eviscerated him, right? Bev, not Bev, but Emma took that as a slight because I didn't invite Bev on my show to have a go at Jesse Kozlowski.
Any comments, Emma?
Yeah, that's not what happened.
I was gonna say you were jealous, Bev.
Yeah, that's
It was a
not
joke.
quite.
It was a joke, but yeah. Come
Yeah,
on.
this is not at all what happened. But okay, QE. Okay.
Yeah, like I say, there was a connection with Sleeping Warrior, QE, 10th Man, and the Trolls. And when I say the Trolls, you know what I mean, if you've ever been in this arena. A clip that I only sent to 10th Man, one clip, managed to make its way back to us via a troll. And that's what QE's talking about. That sort of thing at that particular time. Now, that's not when QE left this arena. That's when Sleeping Warrior left this arena. Strange, isn't it, that QE puts that as a pivotal point where we swapped and changed. Nah, that just showed us that Sleeping Warrior and 10th Man, possibly QE, were working with the Trolls. Altogether, the Trolls are the Globers. Working the same team. We knew. That's what QE's talking about. We always had suspicions that there was something going on, but all the way back then was when we knew Sleeping Warrior, 10th Man, and QE were working with the Trolls. Handing out stuff. Tried to cause problems with it, as though there was something up with QE and me or whatever. They did a proper number.
Did you have you mentioned the black swan duck? Yeah, the war duck thing.
No. Do you want
No,
to,
okay. Well, just another thing which I was annoyed about. Right. This was one thing. So whatever they might say, none of that's true. The one thing I was really bothered about is someone spent a long time like running around after QE, making loads of changes, coming up with this design with him, putting it all together for him, right? QE takes it, gives it to his friend and says, oh, just add this on for me. And then that's it. There is no credit ever to the person who spent 2 weeks or so going backwards and forwards with him, making this thing as a favor, blah, blah, blah. None of that's ever mentioned. That I did have a little bit of an issue with.
Yes.
And it was nothing to do, it wasn't me, it wasn't my work. I just found that a little bit, and because he'd made that one little tiny change, technically it's no longer, you can do that. But the fact that they'll sit there and talk all of this rubbish, but never mention all of these other bits of the story. Well, They don't even get the story right half the time.
Yeah, the war duck was born.
Yeah. It was all around the same time. Yeah.
It just gained a couple of elements once it left here. But yeah, that Turnup was the artist for that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It's not so much.
These people used to hang around here, and obviously, when I went over there to do the stuff on 24/7, the Flat Earth Initiative, we were a part of that. When I say we, I mean all of us. Like, we were chatting and we were talking, and we were obviously part of the debate, part of the panel. We did all of that sort of stuff. I think we did the Seleninian live from Scotland and out in my back, the front door. Because somebody mentioned about an eclipse going on. Oh, the moon's a funny shape. So, yeah, I mean, we've done all sorts of stuff. There's loads of conversations from the early days. I was going through my files. There's loads of videos that I've got from conversations.
I ought to sit and go back through what's on my channel as well. That might take a while.
It's going to be worth going back over the old stuff, though, right? Because, I mean, there's valuable information to see where we've come from. It's good just for us. I mean, this is good for us to go over, just for us. I'm not doing it for anybody else. Just so that, you know, we know what's going on. These people know that we know what's going on. That's why they don't want anybody to watch anything. Point out what, like, terrible people these are. So QE's decided now is a complete, utter fallacy. We gotta
have a go at Jesse Kozlowski.
We go at Jesse Kozlowski.
You seeing it now?
No, QE.
So they harbored a hateful grudge ever since that point against QE.
No, QE, not at all. No hate whatsoever. I just don't like the idea of you handing out fucking fallacious arguments to unwitting people, telling them. I mean, Nathan Oakley's the first one. Like, no hatred at all, QE. I'm not really that fussed, to be honest. You know, I don't know how to comment about that because I just don't hate. I have no need for hate. It's something I don't need in my life. So QE, if you do ever want to come and have a chat about the argument, then come and have a chat. But like,
yeah, hang on, Bev.
Tell fucking Nathan Oakley to stop fucking saying fallacious arguments. Go on.
Has anyone ever heard QE actually have a chat?
I've heard him, I think.
Oh, except from with Betty.
No. I think he was maybe on JG Gonzalez or something like that. At this time where were hangouts and many people were gathering. So I think that he was, let's say, debating with someone. I can't remember now, but he was very. He's getting triggered very easy, so it is hard to debate with him because.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It can't be a chat.
No, it is not a chat. Just like normal conversation. No.
Mm-hmm. It can't be with QE.
Yeah, I think we've got a video where we're going over with Zanuck about the rolling balls and uphill rivers. One of the very first, proper conversations that I've ever had. One of the funnest actually. But QE comes in on that one where he's fixing his mic because he's got sound banana. So this sort of stuff has been like we've been around it at the same sort of time, but I don't see myself as, I don't know. I just see this as petty squabbling for somebody scrambling for something that there's no need for him to do. That like I initially came into this thing thinking that there would be a group of people with an aim for something, but there's just division. Now, is that a modern day thing, or is this just confined to this petty flat earth bullshit? Because I can understand now why people say flat earthers are bad. Because you've just got people who are lying.
Yeah, just an aside to that, but to the point of people disappearing and trolls is that our recent visitor here from Troll Team 6, who came just a little while ago and was talking and said that they'd never spoken to QE, came over here with a different name, changed the name to Bath House Bottom, I think.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as you started playing the QE clip, he left.
Yeah.
Changed his name.
Even Peter was saying he got him mixed up, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's exactly he came and from his mouth said, "Well, I know he's muted me a couple of times, never spoke." But then when he realised, shit, I was there when he was saying that, he ran away.
Yeah.
Straight up to 24/7, changed his name, using his other name, and back over there. This is one of the actors in this little drama tonight. One of the central actors, in fact. Was here and did a runner when he got caught, same as the other guy earlier on, caught with different names and playing both sides and central to some kind of manipulative argument going on or something strange going on. What's behind it? And personally, I don't know. Money, power, some other force, or from some people more powerful. I don't know who's pushing the agenda, whose narrative it is, and for what reason it is. But it seems very strange. Doesn't seem very about truth, that's for sure, or finding out where we are, what we're doing, who we are, or learning any more about ourselves. Just seems to want to confuse people and keep them well away from finding out anything that might help them.
Yeah, these guys don't want people knowing all of this stuff. They want them, they want to be chatting away in their little groups, giving that narrative to everybody because it makes them look much better. The truth makes them look like shitbags, deceitful liars. It makes them obviously look ignorant of logic. Or if he is ignorant of logic, right, then it's pretty bad. But if he's not ignorant of logic and he's literally handing out a fallacy for flat earthers to say, then that's deceptive. It's making flat earthers look fucking ridiculous. And if he's going to be aggressive in telling people what they have to do within the flat earth fucking movement, then why are you handing everybody this shitty argument?
Yeah, we witnessed it again today, that kind of aggressiveness in countering people's questions or the way you talk to people. And, the people who listen to that think, oh dear, how am I going to go up against this guy? I need to have, how do you prepare your argument or your question? How do you approach it? Should I be aggressive as he is? What should I do? How can I ask a question? When there's they can just mute you, or people from the background just come and swamp you with things. For new people who might be looking at this, because that's how I felt about it. I thought, gee, how could I possibly enter that arena?
Ask Bev for his argument.
Yeah, but I hadn't found it. I hadn't found, if you're lucky
we know
enough
it now.
to find it. Yeah, but this is now. I'm talking about before, when I looked at it, and I imagine, of course, other people are going to see it like I saw it. God, yeah, how am I going to have the courage, and the knowledge, and to have an argument, or to question something that doesn't seem right, it doesn't make sense? Because even if it doesn't make sense and you have it explained to you and then it makes sense, you still feels like you've got to go through this drama, this kind of demeaning situation of somebody calling you a retard or something because you didn't quite get it. That's without even opposing. God help you if you oppose somebody, well, like Oakley or QE. That's a difficult thing to do. I mean, witnessing today, some intelligent people stood up today and asked some questions, and they've got some arguments, whatever they are. Some of them take a little while to kind of get into words and to talk about and to express, but I thought, here's that guy. He'll give him a run for his money, but no, it didn't happen. People that I've listened to for a while now are intelligent people. They know their stuff, whatever it is, whether it's right or wrong, you believe in it, you agree with it, whatever. Some people have got some articulate, well-spoken arguments, and they didn't even get a chance to express it.
Them though, right? He's like, why do I have to answer that question? It's like, because you're the flat earther, Nathan. And he's like, well, I don't have to do that. It's like, yes, you are. You're the flat earther. You've literally got the title, flat earther. It's AMA. That's yours. Ask him questions. But no, they don't. Yeah, they're not that happy about it. See what else he's got.
So the Earth is not flat with the black swan. So basically you're saying it's basically a beef with you.
Yes.
That they're gonna harbor this.
Yes.
Thinks it's a beef with him. Literally, that's how they've justified it to themselves. Here we go.
So the Earth is not flat with the black swan. So basically you're saying it's basically a beef with you.
Yes.
That they're gonna harbor this.
Yes.
Malintent just to kind of keep you fucking having some kind of group against you, so that it's just like a fucking thorn on your side.
They just couldn't accept that QE gave them a killer kill shot, and they just didn't want it.
Fuck, dude, it's all much to do about nothing. I mean, it's really not.
Well,
so that's how they all just dismiss it. It's just about QE. It's about nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nathan will never go on his biggest show to date and state a fallacious argument. That'll never happen. Don't worry about that. Only the same one that Emma's been saying, mind your P's and Q's, since fucking day one. Sad flat earthers.
I kind of got that vibe the other day too, because he presents his argument, right, for the whatever Earth.
For whatever Earth is called the argument, and it's just an argument. It's just the most simple argument that I think can be made. A positive argument, all statement.
As quote unquote the argument, not a argument, the argument, as in, the coup de grace, the pièce de résistance, right?
As a challenge to anybody else. You think you can knock the argument off the spot that you want to challenge? Make a simpler argument, positive proof, to label the argument. Bring it over. Let's have a chat. I'm up for it. It's the idea. Make the most simple argument you can. Present it. It's that easy. AI's got a problem with it, apparently.
And it does seem like some of the players in the flat Earth community, they want it to be them, right? It's them that does it. It's them that makes the thing.
Yeah.
So they'll discount other people that have things, so that their thing is the only thing.
Well, that's
Yeah.
petty, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's fucking
it's
petty.
just like it's like
All
globe
opposites
dumpsters. They never pushed the black swan because why? Well, they didn't come up with it.
Yeah, people don't push the black swan because they didn't come up with it. Or maybe that they've spotted it's fallacious. Maybe they don't want to hand out fallacious arguments to people. Maybe they just sense there's something wrong with it. They don't really know because they've never really studied the argument or anything. Maybe they've never been told. Maybe they've been told to keep away from the people that might be able to tell them how to formulate an argument for themselves. Maybe.
So in order for me to be, I want to be the top dog. I'm just gonna fucking throw shade on the one that came out with.
You got it. Yeah,
dude, this is.
Yeah, you got it. Just throw shade on QE, right? Don't question QE and his fallacious arguments. No. It's just because somebody's got a beef with QE. Yeah. Tell your mates QE. Don't bother coming out and explaining it to anybody about all of the fallacious shit you've been talking about, all the lies. No, you just stick in your little room. Have a chat with your buddies.
That's fucking diabolical, though, man. Just to create and to keep it going. Okay, wait. What's worse, to keep it going?
Fucking diabolical, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Like they're riling Miggy up. Go on, Miggy. Fucking diabolical, isn't it? Yeah, they've lied to you, Miggy. But you go along with it because this is what you do. I noticed Jedi. You don't hear much Jedi there in the background, do you? I wonder what the real reason could have been that we left 24/7 at the beginning.
Going for this long. I mean, obviously that fire should have died out by now. Like, why?
His QE would have known about that, right? The Jedi thing. Remember when the QE's Angels was going on, and certain people wanted to get back onto the panel, and pretty sure views were made clear about different people, and who's getting involved with who, all of that sort of shit. I'm pretty sure all of that was made absolutely clear to QE. Perhaps.
Why keep it going? That's obviously now it's probably got legs now and arms, and it's fucking running around. Like, it's not even about
Hopefully, because I'm just waiting for their followers to come up and get fucking gobsmacked.
QE's waiting for his followers to come up and get gobsmacked. QE's not going to do anything about it, of course, because he's a big, brave man with an argument.
So he said basically that nobody can argue with this argument.
Apparently.
Sorry.
Well, you've heard what happens whenever you try and talk to him about it. He goes mental. Adam starts drinking heavily. And QE starts shouting. They can't talk about it. It's impossible. Flat earthers, they're just so used to fooling people that, I mean, this is only going to go one way. This is they're going to make us out to be the bad people, like he does. This is what flat earthers do. Or what else they'll do is they'll pretend they've never seen it. I mean, Nathan Oakley has told everybody to not bother watching us, so they could just pretend that they've never seen it, even if they are. Like, even if you were like Bee with a Buzz and you're like a moderator over there, right? Could you actually tell QE about this? Go over the fact that QE's let Nathan Oakley publicly state on probably one of his biggest shows, prime time, politics server, fallacious argument. You know what he meant. Of course he did.
So no one parrots their dumb fuck arguments because they're retarded. Follow?
Yeah, no one parrots him.
Now, we haven't got arguments against his argument because we just spotted fallacy. So it's not arguments. It's just spotting fallacy. So
yeah, but he's on about nobody parroting the arguments. Well, as far as I know, we're the only ones with arguments. So the fact that nobody parrots him, that's only because, well, everybody's been told not to.
or maybe because people basically don't understand arguments nowadays. So
They also don't like simplicity either. I found that's a really big factor. Like they don't want it simplified. They want it confusing so people don't have time to see the contradictions.
yes, this is spot. There is a room for sophists. So if you make vague arguments, it is a room, yeah, for sophists to operate. But with a simple argument, you cannot do anything. You just can approve or dismiss, but you cannot work around. You cannot make any sophistry around simple arguments. So that's why they don't like it. And some of them, I would say that they are mythologists. So they have allergy. So if they hear simple argument, they have allergic reaction.
Logic.
There's no argument. Give me an argument. I haven't heard one. They're all fucking stupid. They're clumsy.
Well,
But yeah, it's just
never heard an argument. QE. It's because he's walking around with his fingers in his ears. Nathan Oakley's told him to not come over. There's loads of arguments. In fact, John, Nathan Oakley's friend, heard an argument and said, that's not an argument. I mean, that's how they rebut the arguments. That might be why they don't see the arguments, because they only recognise fallacious arguments that QE makes, perhaps.
it's the second grade playground. Second grade playground thing.
Their pinnacle argument is intended to not reference the Earth as flat so that they can maintain that claim that the Earth isn't flat, because that's one of their convincing points for people. So, they're soliciting people to join their mentality by telling them, hey, I've got something unique here. Guess what?
Snake
you
oil,
want to feel
though.
better? Yeah, you want to feel better than the other guy who's a flat earther? Well, guess what? The Earth ain't flat, and we know, and we can show you why. Guess what? It's not perfectly smooth and even, and it has variations in elevation. Therefore, it's not flat. Ha 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 ha! Right? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a straw man against us.
Oh, straw man. Yeah.
Straw man to say it's not
this
flat
is-
to a flat earth.
They are just repeating what the refracted curvature said. Yeah, so not nonsense.
I mean, what? Somebody's convinced them that saying straw man invalidates it. I mean, that's the level of flat Earth logic.
And
I feel sorry for him. I don't know who's convinced them that that's a valid rebuttal, but it's not.
Yes, and by the way, if they say strawman argument, strawman argument has specific meaning. It means that the opponent is creating weaker version of your argument and is beating that version of argument. But in your case, your argument is stronger. So it cannot be strawman because strawman has to be weaker version of argument, and your version of argument is stronger. Therefore, it cannot be a strawman. So they are using words without understanding what they mean. So they really don't know what strawman argument means. So this is just silly.
Yeah, that's because their idea of logic is it's slightly different, it seems. Seems like they accept fallacious arguments, but then have to dismiss non-fallacious arguments.
Yeah, exactly. So their argument for flat Earth, this is what now this guy is doing, Jerry or someone else. He is making strawman about flat Earth. This is strawman because this is weak argument for Earth being flat because it has double meaning. So he is using different meaning of the word, and he is using that with a strong different meaning of the word, because they say level is flat, plane is flat, horizontal is flat, and then they are saying that therefore Earth is flat, but this Earth being flat is different meaning of that flatness. So flat plane, okay, it is literal meaning. Level flat, literal meaning. But flat Earth, different meaning. It's not literal because we know that there are mountains and valleys, of course. So they are making strawman, not you.
Yeah, I think they get upset because they want the Earth, what it is, to be measured flat as the standard.
Yes, I know. But this is just, they are flipping meaning of the word. So they started with this level, plane, or whatever else, horizontal, flat. And now they are saying that Earth being flat is not that meaning, but recently it is literal meaning because they measure flat. But I don't know really what they mean, because measuring Earth flat in not that meaning is just another idiotic statement. So it's just a mess, complete mess.
Yeah, it's like they want to say that the not flat is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you say, well, when we say it's not flat, they say, well, but that not flat is the thing that is flat.
Yes, and not that meaning, You are confusing meanings, because when we are talking about flat Earth, we are talking about flat being not flat, but when we are talking about horizontal, we are talking about flat being flat. So, no problemo.
Yeah, when you're talking about not flat, you're actually talking about flat.
Yeah.
Terrible.
But the way that their quote unquote main argument goes is all horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to each other. Well, no frickin' duh.
Yeah, that's not an argument. That's an axiom. And well before Bevtard got here.
Yeah, that wasn't an argument because it wasn't formed like an argument, and it's not an axiom. Like, do you want to hear it again? Because I mean, this is flat earthers attempting. If they come around and have a chat with us, we'd be able to walk them through this. It's not hard at all.
Sorry, horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to each other. Well, no frickin' duh.
Yeah, that's not an argument. That's an axiom. And well before Bevtard got here.
Any comments?
This is how it was presented by this guy. It is not an argument, but how it was presented by you, it was an argument.
Mm-hmm.
So in fact, it is an argument.
And not an axiom.
Not an axiom.
But it may be an axiom because it turns itself into a tautology.
Yes, but still it is an argument.
Yeah.
The form of argument was preserved in your statement. So you had 3 statements and 2 premises and conclusions. So it is normal argument. So no problem. But it is not an axiom. Argument is not an axiom. Argument can be and should be based on axioms. Yes, I agree.
So who've we got based on this here? We've got AI and QE. Now, I'm not into these circles, but I would have thought that those 2 people would have been the authority on this sort of shit. Whenever anybody starts talking, these are the 2 people you'd have thought that you hear pipe up to correct everybody in what they're saying. Yet, these 2 people are just fallacious. Making stuff up. Blatantly wrong. And I think what happens is that nobody's brave enough to say anything to him. So all they do is they just get little groups where there's loads of people that just agree with each other. Talking nonsense. I think I said it in that thing that Spot On did. The 2D thing, where Brian does all of that 2D stuff. They just get used to talking nonsense to each other. That's where the flat earth is right now. Flat earth debate. People talking nonsense. Little bitching.
Right.
Yeah, I had to think about it for a while because, you know, things change and you lose memory a little bit. When you think about it, people have been talking about the parallelness as an argument, like, you know, 8 years ago, like when I was first getting into this. It's like, it's not new.
Parallelness is not new. People were talking about it 8 years ago.
And 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Also.
Yeah, there was a big bit when they were trying to mess up the Euclid, right? At that sort of time. The parallels, obviously, the triangle axiom. It all works together. I mean, you can't have geometry without this. It doesn't work without it. But, I mean, everybody should be actually demonstrating these sort of proofs to themselves. It would help.
But AI Arden broke the glass. They're just butthurt because they weren't the one. You know?
No, QE. Like, whatever QE's doing here to justify this to himself, it's elevating him. Right? We're butthurt because QE's got something that we haven't got. That's what QE thinks. There's no butthurt here in any of this, QE. Just stop fucking lying to people. Sad. Listen to him.
But AI Arden broke the glass. they're just butthurt because they weren't the one. You know, there can only be one.
With 2024, but how many years is that though?
Alpha. There can only be one, and they ain't it.
Can only be one alpha. Can only be one, says QE. Who's that going to be? Who do you reckon? Nathan?
Alpha male.
Neil.
Because he's shouting.
I
More
don't
than
know.
others.
I don't know, but I think QE thinks it's him, and nobody else in that room is counteracting or questioning. So apparently QE is asserting his dominance right there as being the alpha.
Yeah,
And everybody in that room
pissing
went along
all
with it.
over
Yeah.
the flat Earth. It's like, this is mine.
Is he saying he's the one?
I think so, yeah. Somebody
I
interrupt
don't like
me
that.
because I'd like to. It would have been good to clip it, right? But somebody else talks over the top of it. I was
But
thinking
the
that.
AI Arden broke the glass.
Here we go.
They're just butthurt because they weren't the one. You know, there can only be one.
With 2024, but how many years is that though?
Alpha. There can only be one, and they ain't it.
Right,
Follow?
but I'm saying it's 2024. How many years is it? Like that's too long, man. Like obviously it's 4 fucking years. It's time to just like lay the swords down. Like there's no more like.
Yeah, Smiggy. 4 years. Just lay the swords down, guys. Come on. Come on. It's been a fallacious argument for 4 years. Come on.
Who's swinging the sword?
I was going to say, I don't like everything I've heard from them has been attacking, right? For absolutely no reason and giving everybody out there only part of the story and also their version of the story. And they're missing out lots, believe me.
Yeah,
there are many
you'll
reasons.
know that we don't actually do this. Like, I purposely have got videos about people with sad stuff that I don't put out. We don't talk like this. We don't do that. Even in this Discord, we don't talk like this. These are bitter, but they're trying to hand it over to us. They're little bitter gang of whatever QE's got going on, the chip he's got on his shoulder. He's trying to hand it off to us, but it's not. We don't care. The only thing I really care about now is that, these people are slandering us. People literally hate us because of the things that people like QE say. Now, maybe not just QE. Maybe Nathan Oakley.
Neil.
Maybe Neil. Maybe George. Maybe Blue Marble Science. Maybe Rumpus. Maybe Red's Rhetoric. Maybe Fight the Flat Earth. Maybe Jaren. Could be anyone talking shit rather than just coming and talking to us or anything. It's terrible. But this is the world that we're bringing our kids up in. These people, these adults, people have to live with them in the same arena.
And what makes it even worse is that they all know the real reason that me especially, like the main reason I left 24/7. And not one of them will even acknowledge it. And it was a horrific thing that shouldn't happen to anybody. They all know what happened, and yet they all pretend as if it never happened and that I'm the issue.
Alpha's the name of somebody in 24/7. No, be with the buzz. It's QE saying he's the alpha. No. Be with the Buzz trying to come in and say that there can be only one. If QE was talking, you want us to go back over it again? Because he seems to think there can be only one alpha.
We know alpha is Miggy.
Yeah.
Right? We know Miggy.
How does it feel to be able to type in the chat and be with the Buzz?
Must be nice to have that freedom, right?
But AI broke the glass.
There we go.
They're just butthurt because they weren't the one. You know, there can only be one.
With 2024, but how many years is that though?
Alpha. There can only be one, and they ain't it.
There can only be one.
Right.
They ain't it.
No, it's the alpha that Nathan was talking about. That type of alpha, wasn't
Yeah.
it? So I don't know. Personally, I was kind of thinking the other day was QE kind of preparing to step back and putting Nathan on the throne, or whether Nathan's the puppet and QE is still the alpha.
Well, Nathan's like, even in the 24/7, some of them are trying to change, fix the modus tollens. But Nathan hasn't been told that. So if they're handing it over to Nathan, then you would have thought they'd have handed him the fixed version, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But it looks like QE literally wants Nathan to look like he's handing out a fallacious modus tollens. Wants him to look foolish. Like he's been making the flat earthers look foolish for all this time. And that's we haven't even bothered getting into the sextant shit. Wonder why 10th man's gone missing. It's all the same sort of stuff. Just never talk about it. Leave it for a bit.
10th man found out it's 2D.
See, Theo in the chat, horizontal is self-evident, no argument needed except for the blind. Now that horizontal, that's what Nathan's using for flat earth. I've never heard that mentioned before. Like, horizontal is self-evident, therefore flat earth. What does that sound like? A decent argument? Like, why weren't they doing that ages ago? How could they possibly get a globe past that solid argument?
But we went over it. He spent maybe an hour arguing with you the other day about how can you prove horizontal? How can you prove the horizon?
Couldn't define the horizon for him.
Yeah. And now here it is, it's self-evident.
Yeah.
No argument needed. There was a long argument about that. Yeah. A long argument, which was a semantical argument and one of those, mind games that he spoke about.
He's been saying it for ages. Can you remember that, Emma? Horizontal, therefore flat earth. I can't remember hearing that from AI.
No, you like to waffle on for hours about really complicated sounding stuff. They were like, nobody ever talked about the simple stuff, the geometry. Nobody really broke it down. They were all, it was this script about space and all of this stuff that doesn't really mean anything
today. The gravity stuff and
yeah, that's all anybody it used to be about, right? Never any of the simple geometry and like the trivium stuff none of that. Never heard any of that mentioned at all. And then when we went away and we, started talking about that kind of thing, we were ridiculed. Absolutely ridiculed. Why do you keep saying this and why do you keep saying that? It's absolutely ridiculous. And now look at them all.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying that he was asking, to define what horizon was for a long time, and then turned around and said, well, maybe he was a builder or a surveyor or something, that he used that in his work to establish a horizontal. He knows full well what it is. There's no need to define it or spend ages trying to squash somebody out of an argument with some semantical idea. How do you define that? Because he used it later on when that didn't work. He then went to his building and he had a horizontal all of a sudden that was defined when he used the level that he had to do his building. It was like a ridiculous kind of thing to spend the time on. And I kind of thought at the time, well, I thought this guy was a flat earther. And here he is trying to squash you, away from what might make his argument more clear, if anything. So I was quite confused by some of the things that go on that sound like, you think that guy was a flat earther, like Turquoise Dragon. I thought, well, I'm not really sure. And I started to listen to him and think, well, I don't know now. And now he's come out as a full-on glober. And, people are kind of a bit shocked about it. But, he hasn't been treated like some of the other people who've returned to the globe in the arena, like, a couple of people who are kind of vilified and fun poked at them, and some perhaps, their children brought into it for the woman, and the other guy who's obviously going through some mental issues.
His methods are over your head or my head. Don't know. Anyone's head. It must be. Which one of you's that? Is it the AI or Theo? Methods.
Yeah, I mean, imagine living in a house and, just talking about who should do the cleaning or who's going to do the washing up or something.
But I'm saying it's 2024. How many years is it? Like, that's too long, man. Like, obviously, it's 4 fucking years. It's time to just lay the swords down. Like, there's no more
No, they're gonna set the C4 fire ablaze and start pounding on it. Let them go.
Yeah, it's about to get worse.
Oh, look at that. It's about to get worse, says AI. How could it get worse? And what could get worse? What are we talking about? Like, the Earth's not flat. How does it get worse? Or are you talking about worse for the flat Earth guys? Probably.
Actually,
I can only
so let me
hope.
tell you why. So obviously Nathan took his show to a couple of different servers recently. Right?
The land
on
of
the road, a
Toy
road
server.
show. Yeah, exactly, a road show, let's say. And so Nathan's idea is, okay, I'd rather
like Horizon is at eye level always. No AI. No. Nobody says that. So I don't know why you're saying it.
I don't even say that anymore.
Literally doesn't get said round here. Ridiculous.
That was something.
You can actually see
that
an
was something
auto
we said
level.
years ago.
Well, I've always been showing people the auto level. We put the camera on the auto level, pointed it at the horizon, pointed it at Blackpool Tower. We've done it. We've shown you. It's not crazy.
rather present positive factual claims about our world that then must be handled through any worldview you attempt to bring. For example, horizontalness of the plane, right?
Was he talking about You're losing your mind, Theo, AI. What do you mean you don't care if people say, look, we don't say that stupid shit. Theo, don't come round here saying that people say it. It's irrelevant. That's a straw man. We don't say that shit.
Rather than saying, "Oh, the globe is this and that, but I can debunk this and that," he's just saying, "No, this is the fact. You use the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. Period. That's the way it is." And then the Glober says, "You know what? That's true. Now what? Well, now they have to present the positive case and rebuttal, and then they have all the burden of proof, which is fine. But he has a zeal to say, okay, now that I'm confident in my position, in a sense that I'm going to, for lack of a better term, spread the good word, right? Now, since he's upping his movement about it, the counteractors are going to have to up their counteraction. So they're going to follow him around, being like, "Oh, the Earth ain't flat." So you're actually going to see more visceral attitude coming into this server, coming into politics server, attempting to follow Nathan around. All these people that just want to make sure that whoever's going out there presenting a positive case, that they're in the background saying, "No, no, 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 you got it's our way."
Can you
So
pause it for a
it's going
second?
to update.
Yeah.
Did you hear the religious connotations?
Yeah.
Spreading
He
the
has
good word.
he has a zeal.
Spreading the good word.
Yeah, a zeal.
Religious
That's zealotry, and
Don't be
spreading the good
zealous.
news of the flat Earth gospel.
Yep.
So
He's a Bible basher.
AI gets it.
Yeah.
By the way, he was
I
talking
get
about
it.
something like Earth reference. It is not. We don't measure things in reference to Earth. So it is just not true. But he said that.
Yeah, that's what Nathan's message is. The mission statement. He's part of the ministry.
Yeah, the horizontal is the Earth.
Yes, but of course it is not. So it's just false premise. They start off.
Horizontal. The horizontal the observer is standing on.
Yeah.
That horizontal.
I am stomping on my horizontal. Okay.
Yeah. But that's so Theo AI. He's a Nathan supporter. He's supporting that argument. He's happy for to be the horizon that you're standing on, the observer's standing on, but then thinks it's valid to ask you to define what the horizon is. Well, if you don't know, how can you be standing on it? If it can't be defined, how can you be standing on it? They just want to kind of push you forward and go on, you go and ask the question then, so they can jump on you and try and make you look stupid and ridiculous.
Yeah,
and then chant about how they crushed you and all that stuff.
What Nathan's done there, or what AI's done, I don't know who's convinced Nathan to say it. Perhaps it's AI. Perhaps AI's the driving force behind Nathan. Like QE was the driving force behind Nathan spouting the fallacious modus tollens today. Maybe AI's driving Nathan to do this, right? They've spotted Tis Globe, right? The old thing from the globe, right? That's the science and all of that. Well, Nathan's just decided to say, well, we'll do the same. 'Tis flat. It's measured flat. And when they say, well, no, it's 'tis globe, Nathan says, well, go on then. How do you do it? And then when they go, I don't know, Nathan goes, see, 'tis flat. I mean, what's the difference? It's our turn for a bit. I'm going to put the cap on for a bit. Do you think it'll work? Do you think Nathan's really got the argument to be able to follow this through? I mean, where does he go? Who's he going to convince with this? He can just dismiss all oncomers by saying it's measured flat. Then all he has to do is tie it to either horizontal or an angle to a light in the sky, and he can claim victory again. It's flat.
Because they're working on a 2D surface.
Well, either horizontal or angle on the vertical plane. One or the other. Doesn't really matter. If he can reference either of those things in conversation, he's won. Earth's flat.
But yeah, hang on, Beth. That vertical angle you referenced, they don't even really use, because they take that vertical angle and then put that spot that they're looking at in the sky on the ground.
No.
And then make
That
it.
conceptually you do
That's
that
what they do, though.
afterwards.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I
You
lack a lot of
get that
detail.
afterwards. But I mean,
Yeah.
like I said, Nathan came round here once. Well, it was one Saturday or something. I don't know why, but he turns up and he's trying to convince us of this argument about stuff, and this is why he's upset about the angle, because he was telling us about the angle, and I said, you can measure an angle from anywhere, like from up on a mountain. So when you're measuring an angle, you've got an angle measuring device, which becomes the apex, the bit of where the angle is. And then you have an object at the bottom and an object at the top. So there's the device, you, 1 point, and then these other 2 points. You're just measuring the angle from 1 point to another point. That's it. So you don't really need the lines. You just need to be able to sight the point in the distance. And to the other point, whatever you're measuring the angle to. It's literally an angle measuring device. And Nathan got upset because we said, once you've got that angle, what can you do with it? And what Nathan does is he separates the angle into 2 bits, elevation and depression, and then says flat earth. Because that angle separation means it's a flat earth. It's ridiculous, but he is a flat earther. And he does have people like AI and QE helping him. That's why he sounds ridiculous. Because they all talk nonsense to each other. But luckily they've got Nathan, who's seems to be willing to voice that ridiculous nonsense publicly. He wants to be the voice. Looks like he might be needing AI to go and help him. Say that stupid shit.
The ante. It's not going to cool down. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, so now we got people that say, well, chill, dude, I'm a flat earther. Now we got people that are true earthers. We got people that are level earthers. We got people, I mean,
here we go again.
Upwards moving earthers. And everybody's under the guise of flat earth. Like a big
Right,
fucking
so
umbrella.
what's...
Like, why is everybody under the guise of flat earth? What's Mickey doing there? It's like all of us will have everybody under the guise of flat earth. No, we're not flat earthers. Leave some space for those of us that just live in reality. For fuck's sake.
What have we noticed with the majority of people who come in here like that? What is their attitude? Their attitude is bad. I'm better than you. You guys are morally or intellectually deficient.
See, this is what's wrong with this sort of stuff. This is why you don't want to be one of these flat earthers. Holding resentment. And they build this up in each other. If you've got somebody that's like this in your friend group, you're either in the wrong friend group or you might be one of these people also.
That's exactly why this is my friend group.
I don't have people like this in my friend group, and like I said at the beginning, this is why we're not at 24/7. That's why a lot of people are not at 24/7. This is why a lot of people are not at Nathan Oakley's. Because they do stuff like this, like a lot.
Few of them actually have a gracious way of dealing with the content. Be like, hey, I don't call myself a flat earther for these reasons. Yeah, I generally think the earth is oriented, horizontal, and generally flat. But, for example, I don't bring that term up because I don't want to elicit in the person I'm talking to negative connotations. So when I'm talking to someone, I'll use more general terms and I'll let them fill in the gaps and then we can have a conversation. But most people who are into these other earthers, most of them are assholes.
Yep.
There you go. That's a leading figure of the 24/7 Discord group. AI. And then what's he said? He says, Bev, the guys that come into our hats. What, they come into your hats? Guys that come into our hats. Okay. Recently, to make arguments similar to yours, do exactly what I just described. So yes, you do have people like that.
Yeah, so we have orthodox flat earthers and heterodox flat earthers, and heretics and schismatics and whatever. So, okay, I don't care.
But which arguments? The one about the horizon being horizontal? Like,
yes.
People come in with that argument and you call them arrogant assholes. I mean, yeah.
Pedantic pricks, yeah.
Yeah, pedantic. Yeah,
Retards.
that's right. Retards, yeah.
Delusional maniac.
Yeah. So, well, if that's the rebuttal that you're going to give to people that actually bring arguments, I mean, you literally asked me for an argument. That's why I gave you that argument. There's many other arguments that we could have give you, but that's the argument, and you still had a problem with it. I don't know what anybody's meant to do to give you what you want. It just seems like a crazy bunch of flat earthers to me.
Yeah, they come off sounding like they just want to make it palatable to the listener, right, or to the person they're engaging with. But in reality, it's just enabling the person they're speaking to just continue letting them baffle the audience with bullshit. And that I always said that, man. It's like we're not fucking like we're in here to find out whether or not people know what truth is or not. Like, and you get all kinds of shit coming out the woodwork. Like, why do we need to talk about truth? What is truth? And like, it's just,
bruh.
I don't know what happened there, Mickey.
Yeah, and we do know how to get to the truth by using argument. So arguments can give us proofs, and proofs can give us knowledge. So dismissing argument because of, I don't know.
Well, they do find truth, right? There's a situation where you either prove it true or false within an argument, within a statement, right? So we do know how to find truth. That's the chief objective of using logic, to find what is true. I don't see what's wrong with that. Pointing out people's fallacious arguments ends up you getting closer to the truth, and don't let people spread falsities. It's pretty simple. But sounds like he's getting upset at us for some reason.
We're not in here to rub people's feet, man. Like, it's not what this server's about.
I know, right? They want us to sugarcoat stuff and rub their feet. Like, no.
Who?
Massage parlors over there.
Who wants who to do what? Terrible.
I don't know. Yeah, but I get it though. I mean, I get what you guys are saying.
There's one thing I thought about before, which is just that with these like different other Earthers, a lot of them distinguish themselves by being like a one argument kind of Earther. I mean, Bev's whole thing, he has one thing, which is just straight line, right? Now, if you're someone who's trying to be versatile, flexible, and decent in debating a globe Earther, having a one size fits all sort of argument isn't going to cut it, because as soon as someone knows some decent enough rebuttal, the entire apparatus of your other Earther falls apart. At least, like with to credit people in here, they try to be more versatile. They have different avenues of argument, right, which are varied, not putting all your eggs in one basket, basically, right?
Well, I said that about Jesse Gordon because he had this one fucking dance move, and he would use that and just over and over and over, and he got bodied many times. It's the same type of thing. It's like he never changed his style; was always the same argument. They never, and he would always say the same thing. And the same with that other guy that in the politics server, the other guy that talks with a weird voice every time he speaks. He was fucking, whatever his name was. Yeah, he would always say the 1 in 60 rule. The 1 in 60 rule. Like, fucking annoying. That's the only thing they would say. Euclideanite. That guy was a fucking annoying dude. But like, that's the point that Britt was saying is that you get the same type with the flat Earth. Just one thing. Like, there's a myriad of things because reality is displaying itself, obviously, as a flat and stationary plane. So for us, it's easy just to go. We can go anywhere. Where do you want to go? It's all going to lead us to the same road where you don't have any evidence for your globe. So it doesn't really matter. But at the same point, with these guys with the one dance move, like, you don't really get much mileage out of them. It's just gonna, like, after that, you get them off script, and they just fucking don't know what to do.
Yeah.
At least I see it happening. That's where they get really agitated or angry.
Off script. The way to do it.
I don't know, but I just didn't know it had that kind of a following. I'm like, fucking followers, really?
Nah.
Like, that shit was. I knew about it a long time ago, but you guys make it sound like it's the new hotness. Like, fucking,
they'll
something's going
work their
on.
way here. They'll work their way here shortly. They've been pretty active in the politics and obviously in Earth Awakenings. And now that there's cross pollination going on, they're going to follow the trail of honey back to the source.
AI, are you nothing, mate? Give a shit. It's crazy. You're mad. I know you're going to carry on doing your little thing and chatting away with QE and getting your little gangs together. Literally don't give a shit. This is it. Like, those flat earthers, I'm done with you. Been trying to be nice, for people like Rob. All of the other people that are out there, that want to be part of all of this. I can't do it.
Hey, don't stick around on my account.
No, I mean, like, now, I literally, I can't be arsed listening to all of these people. They're going to continue talking shit about me, and I'm going to continue defending myself with the stuff that we do. But for these people thinking that they're relevant in anything that we do, it's ridiculous to think that you guys can govern anything that we do. It's ridiculous. You guys are the flat earthers. You're full of contradictions. You're as bad as the globe guys. Sorry, dogmatic globe guys. You've got at least as many contradictions. And I'd say, like I've been saying for quite a long time, you're the same thing. Same team. You're as bad as each other. Model affliction. Works both ways. Well, it's not even both ways. It's the same way. Because it's just two sides of the same coin. We just go with the reality.
Yeah, well, we had
Little
what's his
angry
name? JC23 was a part of the Yumi crowd, right? The Upwards Moving Earther group. I didn't know that.
Right.
He had a fucking silver
JC?
flat. I'm like, how the fuck did he even?
About JC?
And he was showing his colors. He was all full on Upwards Moving Earther. You guys are fucked up, and like I was like, dude,
Oh.
seriously?
Well, brother, like, so that's a good example. So that particular account had been active a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
The guy he's talking about here is the guy that did the debate with Flatside, where we got the clip. What clip have we got? Oh, we got it was the one that we cut with the it's not end the flat Earth debate with Flatside, where he was doing about his proof, the one that he's still never addressed, still in song, right? People should be saying to Flatside, how can you prove that the Earth's flat with scientific? It's out there. He won't address it again. But that's the JC that this guy's talking about now. So this is what happens if you're just a regular dude. This is what these people talk about, yeah. There we go. That's it.
Yeah.
Earned a position here in this server, left, and then the impetus for him to return was what? To push that. To come back and make sure we all know that now he knows something we don't know, and he's right and we're wrong. That's the whole reason he came back.
That's fucking diabolical, dude. Like, if you ask me, like, to get a
diabolical to go round there and talk to them about something that, you know, you've come to a realization of something. Now, I don't care what that is. It doesn't really matter. They think it's diabolical that you should talk to them about it if it doesn't go with their narrative. Don't be one of these flat earthers. Don't do it.
Because it's almost like you understand what we're talking, the culture, you're vibing, you know, you're doing all that, and you leave, and all of a sudden your brain turns to oatmeal, and you come back and you're just like, dude, check it out, man. I got this new idea. You guys want to hear? And it's like, no, bro. Like, what other than the thing that you know that we've already have here curated that you're gonna go off and say? Like, what new thing? There isn't anything else, bro. Like, we dealt with it all.
Did they?
Is anyone?
I don't think so.
Has anyone ever heard the allegory of the cave by Plato?
Yeah, yes, we did, of course.
Well, what was he saying then? That JC earned some friendship with them. He found a place. Then he left for a bit. And he came back with some new information. And what did they say? No way, man.
No.
Go away. We don't want any of that. We've already dealt with all of that. These shadows are fucking great. We've got some good shadows here. We don't want anything from out there. Get out. It's diabolical, man. How dare he? Yeah. Don't be one of these flat earthers, please.
The star rotations, like
Try and
fucking
be a little bit more like
celestial
Rob
navigation, go anywhere. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We've dealt with all of it. What new thing are you going to say? Well, I just rethought. Now I threw a bottle off a 2-story fucking building, and it's got a bobber inside. The fucking Earth is meeting up to meet the fucking bottle. I'm like, I don't give a fuck who's saying it, man, or what fucking accent they have. It doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't matter to
It's not
Miggy.
true. There's
Yeah.
nothing that they can observe
Shadows
in
are
nature that the
great.
Earth is doing something that they're gonna say, I witnessed the Earth moving. So we're gonna do this test now because we just saw that, and now we verified that it is moving up to meet the fucking bottle of water with the bobber inside. They're not saying that. They're just like, hence the bottle of water. The Earth is moving up.
I mean, dude, bro, it's literally Einstein's equivalence principle.
Wow. Literally. No, it's not. It was conversation. I said perhaps it was meant for the globe, guys. Really? Because it would have been good to get some sort of thing, because there is a group of people, right, that have multiple different motions in multiple different directions. So really, I think that when Dell originally did that, he was aiming at having a conversation with people that had more than one vector in mind. But it turns out that flat earthers didn't want to take that on. They didn't think that was a good idea. No. You can't have that. Let's attack him with these new shadows arguments. They didn't see it like that. I did. I thought JC was good. I thought the idea of it should have brought the guys with multiple motions, because it would have been something that they could have helped out and proved, right? 'Tis globe. Nah. They left it for the flat earthers to do. Because this group of flat earthers, they're the ones that do it. These are the supremacist flat earthers. These are the ones. Or at least one of them's the one. And it's got to be one of these guys, because it's QE that's talking about there can only be one. It's got to be one of these guys, hasn't it?
Which is what? That from that single frame of reference, it's indistinguishable whether something's accelerating down or the other thing's accelerating up, right? They're basically just pushing relativity.
Not according to McBooger Eater. The equivalence principle is E equals MC squared.
Oh, yeah.
QE brings something that somebody else said. What a guy.
It's also two atoms have the same amount of electrons. That's also the equal valence principle.
Yeah, but that group's catching a little fire too.
What? Horrible joke?
No, fucking upwards moving Earth.
It's
I mean, the
catching
moment that
fire, it's a full-on dumpster fire that closed its doors about 5 or 6 months ago, when I had Dell and Raichi 0000000. I think that's our IQ. I just trashed him within, 30 seconds? To show that it wasn't a scientific hypothesis, which it has to be. The claim has to be. And number two, it was an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. It was over. But they've apparently respawned, according to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Right. Yeah, he was fucking, I mean.
Okay. I think that's enough. Let's go back into the Discord. You guys don't need to do any more of that. Don't be one of those flat earthers. And if we're still here. If any of these guys want to come with anything, worthwhile, please come round. Don't just talk shit about people. And I know you don't want people watching, and you don't want anybody hanging around here, and you don't want people coming into the Discord, and you don't want people learning arguments and then going back over there to see whether they can communicate with you guys, because obviously you can't. We have to warn people. when we tell people arguments and stuff, we have to also warn them where not to use them. And that's bad. That's really bad. Actually, let me get this back again. Do you want to go over? I want to listen to the Nathan Oakley again. Nathan Oakley doing the Black Swan. I think of all of the Buster cuts, I've not got one to go over the fallacious modus tollens called the Black Swan. So I think out of this, I'm gonna make Nathan do the QE's Black Swan. Right, so have a listen to Nathan Oakley, 2024, doing a 4-year-old argument, a modus tollens. Like, imagine a presentation of a 4-year-old argument that obviously they've been over multiple times. This is what Nathan Oakley and how he describes it.
Called the Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, you only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our black swan, we show that where you would assert boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs isn't in the way of it. It's behind it. It's kind of like you walk up to a bridge and it's got a fire hydrant just beyond the crest of the bridge. You can't see the fire hydrant.
Wait a minute. Like, some of this stuff is fucking brilliant. When you break it down. Oh, here we go. Check this out.
Boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called earth curve. We can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs isn't in the way of it. It's behind it.
Here we go again. Do you want to hear that? Because that's genius. This is he's doing a modus tollens, right? But I mean, he's obviously doing it to like school kids.
Boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called earth curve. We can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs isn't in the way of it. It's behind it.
The hill that's supposed to be in the way of the oil rigs isn't. It's behind it.
Yeah, so it is, but behind.
It's still a hill.
Yes,
but it's
still a hill.
It's in the wrong place. It's like, really? Is that what the argument says? Can't remember.
No,
I
it is not.
remember hearing a hill or anything within the argument. But I mean, all right, Nathan, let's go on, carry on. Let's see.
It's kind of like you walk up to a bridge and it's got a fire hydrant just beyond the crest of the bridge. You can't.
It's like you just walk up to a bridge and there's a fire hydrant beyond the crest of the bridge. It's like, is that in the argument as well? I mean, I know he's freestyling it a bit, and, you know, they've talked about this quite a lot, but can't ever remember the fire hydrant on the bridge discussion being around. I mean, I didn't hear all of them.
By the way, he's confusing many things because we know that our vision can be blocked by certain things that are closer, and they can block our vision because of angle of our vision. So it is called perspective.
But is that what the argument is?
No, that's why. But he is talking about perspective that can block that things that are closer can block our vision because of angle of, let's say, our vision. So at a different angle, it would be visible, but at this angle, it is covering. So let's say he's talking about parallax effect. But it is not absolutely an argument. So he's referring to two different things. I don't understand why he's talking about parallax here. I don't understand.
Yeah, he's freestyling the Black Swan, right? But this doesn't resemble the actual modus tollens at all, right? It's as though QE's made an argument, the modus tollens, right? Then for some reason he's called it a Black Swan, turned it into a picture, and Nathan's now describing that whole thing, concept, Black Swan, that he's like sort of put it under one banner, with hills of water. This is model affliction. Anybody listening to this hasn't got a clue of following what he's talking about. It's nonsense.
Can't see the fire hydrant because the bridge is in the way. Like you say, earth curve is, blocking boats and buildings and stuff. Now, one day you come along...
And this, like you say. Like, I've never said that. Anybody listening to that hears Nathan saying you say. And most of them say, I've never said that. Listen to what he says, you say.
Like you say, earth curve is, blocking boats and buildings and stuff.
Yeah, do you say that? Does anybody here who just heard that actually say that? Because that's what anybody hearing that will hear. You say.
Now, one day you come along to the exact same point that you get to every day and the fire hydrant's blocked by the bridge. And the bridge is behind the fire hydrant. Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. And likewise...
See, look, he's also telling you something and then telling you that they don't do that.
Yes.
How helpful is that?
Yes, so before he was talking about moving whatever horizon or what hump this obstacle, and now he's talking about moving bridge. Really, I don't get it. How because it does not create any premise for arguments. So I don't understand why he's talking about it.
Yeah, that's why I think this deserves a you don't understand. Just this whole clip, him doing the Black Swan, Nathan Oakley, Black Swan. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Flat Earth.
Otherwise, an earth curve that's physically blocking boats and buildings wouldn't move beyond the thing it's supposed to physically block.
Here we go. You listen to that? Here we go. Listen. Take it as a package. I know it's an overload of nonsense, but...
Yeah, I had a phone call, so I missed it. I'm sorry.
Okay, try to savour the nonsense.
Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. And likewise, an earth curve that's physically blocking boats and buildings wouldn't move beyond the thing it's supposed to physically block.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Yeah, because it was not present.
It wasn't there to move in the first place. So, yeah, it sounds like utter nonsense, Nathan. I can't even picture the picture he's trying to paint for us. There's nothing there. He's not very eloquent at talking because when he talks nonsense, you can't place anything in your imagination about what he's talking about. That's normally when you know somebody's talking nonsense, right? The difference between somebody giving you a glimpse of something that you can't quite picture, but you know it's there. And somebody who's talking nonsense. There's nothing there.
Yes, and his building up for the argument is, I would say it is just wrong because he's making impossible example as his introduction to premise, let's say, or maybe premise itself, because he should just create dichotomy or he should lead us to dichotomy that we have obstacle or we haven't got obstacle. But he's talking about moving obstacle, which is just nonsense. It is not real. Absolutely. So he's appealing to impossible example. For me, it is just how to confuse audience.
Yeah.
He's not clarifying anything. Because before presenting argument, he should clarify what he is talking about, and he's completely obfuscating his own argument. Well, not his own, like QE's argument. So I don't understand why he's doing that.
It's like an expando ad absurdum, right?
Yes, he's steering
He's
mood
not
water.
reducing
Yeah.
it to the absurdity. He's just sort of placing absurdities there for no apparent reason. Like he's
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it is. I cannot understand that. Yeah, this is part that I cannot understand why he is doing that.
Expando ad absurdum. Perhaps part of the Globgic range.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form...
See...
Yes, so this is premise.
But the premise is the image. What?
Yes.
Like,
yes, and...
This is what Nathan's got out of the fucking thing, the black swan. The first premise is now an image.
We see too far.
Yes, not only, and this moving obstacle is part of this premise.
But isn't the first premise if the Earth has a radius of such and such, or have we like completely changed the idea of what the fuck's going on here?
It is antecedent. He shouldn't say premise because it is not working, and modus tollens and modus ponens, it is not working like premise.
Yeah.
This is just condition. It's
So,
just
what
antecedent.
is he talking about though? Is he confusing the premise, or is he confusing the conclusion? Right? It's the...
I don't know.
Because the problem is the black swan should have been left for everybody to get for themselves. This is the method for you to be able to go and find your own black swan, right? To give you a concept of it's out there for you to go and find, right? A method, let's say. If you can stand here and you can have the concept of over there's a distance, but you can actually see something that is over there, then that fulfills these requirements, sort of, in a greater essence of the argument, right? Without going into numbers or anything. That's what this is meant to be. It's meant to be a black swan is yours. Go and find it. But QE didn't do that. He went, here's a picture. Ever since he did that, he confused the actual argument with the picture. But he said he did it on purpose anyway. Nathan's confused once more. And I feel sorry, because somebody should have said something.
So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form a logical consistency argument, modus tollens.
Based on the image. You say the image comes before. I think he is.
Yes.
He is. He's saying the image comes before, that they base the modus tollens upon.
Yeah,
Yes,
I have an idea why. They took this picture from a video. The guy was filming a video a foot off the water and realized, oh crap, I can see farther than, according to this other model, I can see farther than I should. So I'm just going to screenshot this and give it to people. And they'll say, okay, it's flat because it's not a globe. But I'm looking over water and calling it Earth. Good job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen.
So, based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form a logical consistency argument, modus tollens.
Yeah. Picture comes first.
Yes, this is not. You cannot have premise based on picture, because picture is consequent of reality. So it's okay. You can create modus tollens with that, but for me, it is just not sufficient.
Yeah.
But okay.
Yeah, I see. I see the argument separate from the picture completely. But
if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, as claimed by you to block boats and buildings, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that you would use to make that claim.
You would use the...
Yes, it is. This is also part of fallacy inside argument.
Mm-hmm.
Because this calculator may be questioned. So you cannot, it is not sufficient to assume that because globers are using this curve calculator, so we are assuming that these calculations are correct, and we are using a modus tollens. It is not, couldn't work that way, because it is in question is this calculator also.
Yeah, fantasy calculator.
Yes,
Fantasy maths.
so using this calculation in argument is for me questionable.
Yeah, I think he put that in to tempt the ballers, right? It was a little
maybe
lure.
yes, I agree, but still.
But he still ends up, adding their numbers in. Like he's saying, like, look, your guys' numbers are in here.
Yes, but they can counter argument for that would be that okay, we can correct our calculator. So they ballers can say that oh, we don't use this calculator anymore because we have better, and argument is collapsed.
Yeah. But I think he likes to say that.
Meanwhile, in the black swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
What does that mean? Listen.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Yes, and this part is consistent with what he said. This part, I would say, that is pretty much consistent, because horizon should be before this oil rigs and is behind. But at least he is not talking about obstacle or whatever. But this part, I would say, it is consistent within argument.
Yeah, I'm just.
So I am not.
I'm just going over what it sounds like hearing it, but for the average person, you know, like the way it's worded, it just sounds mental.
Yes, because she is shouting, and with that, what he said before, I would say that normal people would have mess in their heads.
Yeah.
So I understand what he's saying, but
yeah, you've been in this and you're processing this information. If you're hearing this, I don't know why, if your brain can process it quick enough to, you know, to hear it. Listen.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
The horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it.
Yes, inside their model. Yeah, yes, but this is I would say that it doesn't follow from he said before, because he was talking also about parallax and this bridge. There are many causes that can block our vision to things. So and he didn't exclude that. So it is still unclear what he is talking about, really. So I have this objection. I don't know why he is doing that so long. Because after 3 minutes of hearing him, what he's talking about, normal people who could have mess in their head, really, not understanding what he is talking about.
Yeah.
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah. Your claim. Like he's handing that claim to somebody else when that's part of the false dichotomy, isn't it? That's what would turn a lot of people off. That Nathan Oakley, he's sort of handing somebody a straw man. This argument is handing them a straw man that they haven't actually made. Because all of the numbers and all of that actually come from Robotham. Flatter. I've never heard the Glober make this argument.
Sorry, beside radius, because yes, Robotham didn't invent radius number. So
Yeah, but the curve calculator, that was Robotham, right?
Absolutely.
In order to do, but that's what flat earthers do, because they'll make up something for the globe guys to counter. It's been going on forever, hasn't it?
Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere.
So we know from picture that it cannot be true, and we know that the Earth is not a sphere. So there are two conclusions, let's say. That the picture itself is proving that the Earth is not a sphere.
But they started with that.
Yes, but as
made
evidence.
the modus tollens around the picture.
Yes, so he called that premise, but that would be evidence. But we cannot determine that the Earth is not a sphere based on that picture. We just can recalculate that this radius is supposed to be in that number. The horizon should be closer, of course, but this conclusion cannot be made that the Earth is not a sphere from picture with these numbers. So this is not evidence for flat Earth.
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have.
This is a not that, right?
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have.
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have. Yeah.
So his demonstration is about not demonstrations.
Yeah, demonstration of the not that. Ta-da!
Because physical hills don't do that.
Physical hills don't do that. What don't they do?
Yes, they don't move.
blow up. There we go, I think.
Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have, because physical hills don't do that.
Yeah, it's a demonstration of a not that, and then
Yes.
like a validation of the not that.
Yes, and appealing to impossibility. Yes, we know that hills don't move. Yes, basically, they don't move.
Excellent finish. Maybe it's because he's just said that the fallacious bit at the end that he has to like make it more ridiculous so that you focus on something that's even more ridiculous and you don't see the fallacious conclusion that he's just come to. Could be a genius magic trick. There you go.
Your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere. Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have, because physical hills don't do that. And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020. I thank you.
Okay.
I thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I think that's what he says.
We debunked it in 20.
Oh no, he debunked it. What did was it?
And if you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020.
Yeah. A physical hill blocking boats and buildings. Would that be the hump?
Yes, that would be the hump, and this hump is moving.
Yeah, and the hump
So,
that's a drop. Both.
Yeah.
The hump, and the hump that's a drop. Nathan Oakley debunked with a fallacious argument back in 2020. It'd probably be 2019.
Okay, sorry, I have to go off to bed. So
Yeah.
good night. Thank you very much.
See you later. Thank you very much. It's been a good day. I hope that Nathan Oakley would do what he did, and he did well. He exposed the fact that he's still speaking the fallacious modus tollens that QE calls the black swan. Now, I know that QE thinks that a fallacious modus tollens is laughable, but I think that's only to get out of addressing the fallacious modus tollens that QE made and called the black swan. Or perhaps it was Adam that actually made it and handed it to him. Whether it was a little bit hastily made, whether he'll actually ever address the mind your P's and Q's statement of Emma. I mean, who'd have thought it? One statement made by Emma and I don't know whether she knew what she was saying when she said it, but it changed a load of stuff. Natural logic, I'd call that. I think everybody has it. Anybody else got any final comments? It's been a bit of a weird day. Overload. If anybody does want to come and have a chat, go on. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, it's all about that thing they want us to be embarrassed about. I was just hoping you could play that song.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
It is Free For All Friday, and I've been here all day.
Yeah.
I love it here.
Rob
I'm going to
Keane
YouTube
special.
now. Thanks,
Right,
thanks,
yeah.
Bev. Get my face out there.
Okie dokie. Yeah, thanks for watching. Obviously, like Theo AI said, this is going to get a lot worse. But we're going to do exactly what we have been doing all the time. Let the guys, the flat earthers, do whatever they want to do. Play silly games, pretend they've got arguments or whatever. We've got arguments, but, you know, not shouting and screaming at each other type arguments, but actual arguments. Get your places. Make you think. Okay, thanks for watching. We will be back, maybe perhaps over the weekend sometimes. I mean, who knows what's going on now? There's some weird shit. We could be back at any time. And if you do want to come in, just get into the Discord, because this is where it's at. I'm telling you. See you Monday, but come to Discord.
This sounds like one of those things that they're talking about that make you look like embarrassed or something, but that was a straight factual statement. This is what they want people to think is stupid.
Well, like he says, Bev and only deals with surveying, and that surveying is 3D. Reality is 3D. We've always said that. We definitely are not 2D Earth. Whereas...
No, I'm not either.
What Brian's saying here... I've got one more. Let's listen.
Go ahead, Brian. Well, 1 second. When Bev is referencing measurements, he's purely focusing on surveying. Said the last time I was on, surveying deals with 3 dimensions, right? Length, breadth, and depth. Whereas when it comes to celestial navigation and aerospace, we're only dealing with length and breadth, not dealing with depth. They're not dealing with elevation changes. But when Bev speaks about measurements, he's only speaking about them from a surveying point of view, which will be elevation changes.
Yeah, it's 3D. Reality, yes.
But he's still contradicting himself, because he's talking about this angle measurements on vertical plane. They measure by that elevation changes, because these stars have different angles, so he is measuring elevation changes.
Yeah, elevation profiles measure elevation changes of the land. But that's the 2D plane that they're working in.
Elevation changes. So when Bev speaks about celestial navigation and aerospace, we're only dealing with length and breadth, dealing with depth. We're not dealing with elevation changes.
Right, yeah, so they're not dealing with elevation changes.
This is nonsense.
Yeah, I think it's nonsense. I don't think he understands what he's talking about. Because of course they're dealing with elevation changes. Or unless you're talking about like a map. But even maps have contour lines on them.
So he's thinking about just putting his arms out and pretending he's an aeroplane, I think.
I'm struggling to try and work out what he is, right? It's one of those moments where you have to believe that he's talking nonsense, because I can't make any sense out of it. And if Brian wants to come and try and help us make sense out of it, then be my guest, pop in, come and have a chat. But I can't make any sense out of why Brian's saying this. That reality is 3D, and that's what Bev's talking about, but they're not talking about that.
And by the way, this is 2D he's talking about is not horizontal. He's talking about vertical plane, not horizontal plane. So it is 2D, but not horizontal. But only horizontal proves flat Earth. Vertical disproves flat Earth. complete nonsense. He's
It is
arguing
nonsense,
against
yeah.
himself.
Yeah, that's what's some of the magic tricks within this is that these guys have developed this paracosm that they've lived in, where they just get used to talking nonsense to each other. And I think that's why Nathan Oakley hands this off to somebody else, because, you know, he can't really talk the nonsense because it doesn't really make any sense to him. So he hands it off to somebody else, but when that somebody else is also talking nonsense, this is what you get left with. It's mad.
So when Bev speaks about measurements, he's only speaking about them from a surveying point of view, which will be elevating changes.
No, Brian, right? What the thing is, when you have a point, you locate it on the horizontal. Right, that's your X and your Y, your grid position. You then can give that a position on the vertical datum also. There's a location marker, and then it gets placed upon the vertical datum also, that position. That's the way it works in reality. That's what surveyors do. We know that. We know how these measurements are taken. We know how the benchmarks are transposed from one position to another. Nathan should too. How difficult.
It was okay when I said to him, I said, Bev was there, and I said, there's no better, more...
And this again, right? Listen to the words that Brian uses. It's pretty sad, Brian. Pretty sad. Right? But you might have got the impression that he said it to me. He didn't. He said it to Elderbear. And I was in the room. But he wasn't addressing it to me. But now he seems to be addressing it as though he was addressing it to me, although he just said it in the presence of. But listen to what he said.
There's no better, more correct way to describe the Earth than flat.
Not flat. It's more. It's a little. It doesn't give you much more information, but it gives you more information than flat, because flat is a lie, and not flat is vague, but it's not a lie.